Good morning. I am Dr. Hassan Harris, CEO of Citizens Committee for New York City. Thank you for joining us for the 2022 All In for NYC Week. And this is the Impact Summit. We are so extraordinarily excited to welcome you here. I'm speaking to you from the WeWork in Harlem on 126th Street. And for those of you who don't know, Citizens Committee is an organization that was started by folks that believe in the power of people. I'm going to have some props. Folks during a time of crisis came together, rolling up their sleeves to get into the fight, to fight for the city that they love. In 1975, there were budgetary issues. There was a budgetary crisis here in New York City, and there was a doubt whether the city was going to be able to thrive. And Osborne Elliott, the gentleman in the middle of this picture, and a bunch of his friends of every persuasion from every part of the city came together and said that, no one's going to come from the hills to save us. We are the people who are going to save ourselves. It's the power of the individual. It's the power of people coming together to fight for their community, to come together and to act collectively, to clean up streets, to check in on one another, to make sure that folks had economic vitality, job opportunities, to make sure that folks had educational opportunities, to make sure that people were healthy in mind, body, and spirit. And now 2020 came upon us and we had a pandemic, and I had the great fortune of becoming the CEO of Citizens Committee at that time. And we just were back in the same moment that we were at our founding. It was incredible that the pandemic was upon us, that, folks were wondering if New York City would thrive. And, we're here to say here in 2022 that New York City is here, that it's going nowhere, not because of any miracle, but because of the hard work of folks working together. And Citizens Committee is so fortunate to be a small part of what we all are together, which is a thriving city. During this Impact Summit, you'll have an opportunity to hear from many voices that are really at the forefront of making sure that New York City does well educationally and from a community perspective. That's our first panel, to make sure that housing and the physical environment are safe and thriving, to make sure that physical and mental health are prioritized and figuring out what New Yorkers need to be able to make sure that they are healthy in mind and in body, figuring out personal safety and what community members can do to make sure that we're all safe together, to make sure that economic and food security is something that is prioritized for all New Yorkers so that no one's left behind. And lastly, we have a very special presentation talking to Eleanor Tatum of the Amsterdam News, talking about their journalism around beyond the barrel of a gun and thinking about what does safety look like in the city from a perspective of, number one, us telling our own stories, as the Amsterdam News is one of the oldest, longest running Black publications that's running in the United States of America. So our storytelling matters, but also from a standpoint of making sure that we come up with solutions for how we can come together to make sure our city is safe. For those of you who do not know what Citizens Committee does beyond our wonderful mission, I wanted to show one of our main features, which is our grant making program. And so you might have seen some of these signs across the city hanging outside of community gardens or some of your favorite parks or on certain blocks where block associations come together. Well, we've been known for our neighborhood grants, and our neighborhood grants are awarded to community leaders, more than one coming together with a project to improve the conditions of that neighborhood. We have a particular focus on low-income neighborhoods because we want to make sure that all have access to opportunity. But we recognize that financial resources matter, but what matters more than even financial resources are the power when people come together. So we're really excited that every application that we get is an idea It is a vote of confidence in New York City that makes sure that there are folks that have solutions to make sure that we are the best of who we can be. And we take all of that information and we try to elevate the solutions that come from every community, whether it's in Staten Island or whether it's in the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, or Manhattan. So the 5 boroughs, the communities, the community leaders that are there that are providing solutions for all the issues that we're talking about today are eligible for our grants. And we want to elevate their ideas, whether they get a grant or not, to local elected officials, to other stakeholders that can help be part of the solution of making sure that New York City thrives. Because we truly believe that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And we also believe that it takes a village to make sure that New York City thrives. And then beyond elevating people's messages and also giving them grants, we also provide technical assistance. And we have multiple programs such as this that community members can be a part of so that they can learn about what they can do to organize in their very community. So we're so excited that you're joining us. If you're new to our community, please go to CitizensNYC.org. That's where you'll find all the wonderful events that we're doing this week, which we're calling All In for NYC Week. And the hashtag is All In, the number 4 NYC. We had a wonderful opening cocktail reception at Tavern on the Green on Monday. Today, you're joining us for our Impact Summit. And on Friday, I want to make sure you tell all of your friends that we are having days of action, a day of action, where we'll be in Staten Island, we'll be in Manhattan, and we'll be in the Bronx out doing acts of goodness. And you can go to our website, again, citizensnyc.org, to register and to find out about our wonderful events. The last announcement I want to make before introducing our keynote speaker, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, is that our grant application is open. We have 2 programs. The one is the all-in neighborhood grants for community leaders. And our second one is the neighborhood business program that is for small businesses that have 10 employees or fewer. And we're just really excited. If you go to our website, again, citizensnyc.org, you can learn all about our grants programs and all about our wonderful programming that we have going forward. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our Manhattan District Attorney, Mr. Alvin Bragg. Just want to thank you for joining us and for believing in community the way that you do, because I believe that we cannot incarcerate our way out of whatever that ails us. There's no way that we can leave our brothers and sisters behind and be a whole community. And I'm just really appreciative of how you're stepping up to make sure that people are safe, but folks are also unified as we take part in that endeavor.
Thank you so much, Rasan. It is an honor to be here with you. For those who don't know, I have long been friends with and respected all that Rasan Harris has done in our many communities. And I think my first direct involvement with CitizensNYC was a couple of Christmas seasons ago, on Christmas Eve, when Rasan and I were out delivering toys to a number of shelters in Harlem. And so I'm really, really deeply honored to be here and uplift the work you do, because I have so much respect for it, and really talk about ways that we can collaborate together. So I wanted to start with a little bit of where I think we are on public safety, and a little bit of my kind of personal background, and then talk about our work and how we can collaborate. Unquestionably, we are in challenging times. Rasan hit upon a number of topics that were on my mind. Physical safety is something that we are working on every day at the district attorney's office. We've seen coming out of COVID rise in a number of key indicators in crime. So I've been in New York City, in Manhattan, for 50 years, and have seen some of the moments that Rasan mentioned, the last moments of crisis, and am now deeply honored to be trying to help us navigate to our next chapter. So I grew up in Harlem during the 1980s, during the height of the crack cocaine epidemic, and suffered a number of kind of physical safety issues. And that's a large part of the reason why for the past 20 plus years, I've worked in law enforcement, working on physical safety, but also working on fairness in the system as well. And that's what we're doing every day at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. And I think it complements so much when I look at the work you do, and also the broad lens on public safety that this week is about, ending with that sort of day of service. Think about the volunteerism, the engagement with local communities, and Rasan hit upon, food security, talk about housing, workers, education. All of that is bound up inextricably, I submit, with physical safety. The neighborhoods that have stable housing, food security, quality education, those are the neighborhoods when we look at the public safety indicators that are doing the best. And so we need to collaborate. As Rasan said, we're not going to prosecute and investigate our way out of this. It's an important piece of the puzzle. So we're working every day on our physical safety, but we need to work in partnership. So I wanted to talk about 4 areas where I think this is a broad lens of public safety fits nicely with what CitizensNYC is doing with the DA's office, and really kind of challenge both of us to continue to work together, as Rasan and I have done, and to go to higher heights. The first category is guns. For me, this is the #1 physical safety issue facing Manhattan, and I would submit the entire city and likely the entire country. The encouraging news is that shootings and homicides are down compared to last year citywide, and Manhattan is trending even further down than the rest of the city. So that is encouraging, but we know we have a lot more work to do when we look back in particular to the time period before COVID. We want to get back to that period where we had both declining crime and declining incarceration. So we're working every day focusing on what we refer to as the drivers of violence, the relatively small number of people that are driving almost all of the gun violence. We sit down literally around a table every day with our federal and state and other local counterparts and focus on the people who are doing the most harm in our communities. And sadly and tragically, but to meet the moment, our gun prosecutions are at an all-time high with recent memory, I would say. And so focusing on in particular, really trying to impactful prosecutions of where the guns are coming from. We've done cases with gun operations, bringing guns from downstate, long-term kind of wiretap investigations to try to turn off some of the spigots that are flowing guns into our city. And I think that's helped with the decline in shootings and homicides we've seen this year. We've also tried to dismantle particular organizations that are driving violence. I brought a case in partnership with our federal U.S. Attorney's Office here in Manhattan earlier this year, focusing on a very violent kind of robbery group. So we're doing that work every day of the week, which I think is crucial and essential to physical safety. But that work alone is not going to deliver the safety we both need and deserve. So a couple of other things we're doing, which are really, as I was thinking about it, these really complement the sort of grant making work that CitizensNYC is doing. We did our own grant making earlier this year, giving grants to 10 organizations that work directly with youth impacted by gun violence, delivering money directly to them during the summer months to engage in work like beautifying a neighborhood that had been marred by gun violence. And the data shows that helps up to 30% drop in gun violence when you engage people that way in their neighborhood, and in particular doing it with our youth. We also need to address the trauma of gun violence. I was thinking this is another way that we could partner. We have great counselors here at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. We've recently formed a group, a kind of men of color counselors, a subgroup, really to match the data. The NYPD data shows that for a period of time, 97% of the shooting victims in our city were people of color, and many of them men. And so having our councils mindful that the person who is the witness today could be the victim tomorrow and could be someone shooting next month. So trying to address the trauma of our witnesses and make wholeness as we go forward, not just to build cases, obviously we want to call them as witnesses, but really to get community stability. And I think that work of addressing that trauma, of working with our youth, is something that we can continue to partner on and will lead to continued growth towards what we're all looking for, is that those numbers, not just in the shootings, but assaults and other violent crimes, to come down. So that's one area I want to lift up. That's our number one priority at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Another one, which really goes to when Rahsaan said his opening remarks, you were founded with sort of people from all walks of our city's life. Something that is, I think, painful to all of us and that we've been focusing on is the uptick in hate crime that we've seen, particularly in our AAPI communities. So we've dedicated a lot of time and resources to that too, developing greater investigatory resources, assigning more people in the office to that work, but also realizing that we need to connect more with communities. And again, I think that's another point of engagement we can have together because of the strong network of local community engagement you have. So I went before our city council earlier this year and testified about this need, and we got allocated $1.7 million to build up our infrastructure, and in particular our outreach in this area, to develop our kind of cultural competencies and our language competencies so we could reach the people we need. Again, focus in the first instance for us on building cases. So restore trust and get trust so people will come forward and report matters to us. But we want to also go beyond that. I think that's where we can partner, really working with communities, not only to sort of come forward to us, but on enrichment and education, so we can kind of address the sort of hatred and work together to address what is leading to these crimes. I always say that the number one thing I can do is stop a crime before it occurs. And I think working together, we can address some of the underlying elements. And so that's the second issue I wanted to sort of challenge us to sort of work together and think about. Two more. The third is mental health. And Rahsaan mentioned this in his remarks. Mental health is an issue that cuts across the entire criminal justice system. And I think we see it before our eyes. And when I walk the communities of Manhattan, we see a number of people in distress. And when they arrive in criminal court, it's my bailiwick. Really, it's a reflection of sort of a system failure, right? They end up in criminal court because they've fallen through the safety nets that we have in our city. And so I've been a part of a conversation with other leaders of cities, how we harden that mental health infrastructure again, so we can prevent crime. I mean, those who are doing significant criminal acts, we're going forward and we're prosecuting, we're handling that. But the question is, how can we sort of get out of the churn that we've seen historically of people going to pretrial detention and then coming out, 6 months later, going back to the same community with the same mental health or substance use issues. So I've created a new division in the district attorney's office called Pathways to Public Safety to get expertise in our cases earlier in the cycle, so that we can, in the beginning, the infancy of a case, connect people to services that they need, and try to kind of give them an off ramp. Again, as I say, by the time they end up with me, there's been a kind of system failure. So we want to really focus on that. We've been doing that this year. We've seen some real gains. But what we want to do is be a part of a conversation of moving that dialogue before they get to me. So we piloted something with the Harlem Business Improvement District, which is called the Harlem Hub. We were allocated from a storefront on 125th Street, and we joined together with the NYPD, Department of Buildings, Department of Social Services, our HHC, and then that sort of interdisciplinary team addressing and using the appropriate tool in the toolbox to address what was really a distress block and corner. And we've seen great gains, and you say, well, why those different agencies? Sometimes there was scaffolding that people were kind of huddled and gathered under, and there was disorder and sometimes criminality occurring there. So Department of Buildings being there. And then there are others who were really just in distress with mental health. And that's why we have our social workers and our counselors from HHC able to go out. And then there are those that were engaging in harm to others. And that's why we and the NYPD were present. And that interdisciplinary approach, looking at the broad lens of public safety, has been very impactful in that stretch. And we're looking to replicate that with our city partners throughout the city. And I think that will have an impact. And I think that's something that we can partner on together, because it really is so community-based. We know in our city, in particular Manhattan, you can go 3 blocks in one way, 3 blocks another way, and you're in a sort of a different ecosystem. And so it's partnering with those local groups, those local communities, the civic groups, the folks you fund to help us and partner with us in that work. The last thing I want to address is some of our white collar enforcement. Obviously here at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, we're not, responsible, for example, for developing affordable housing, or for, creating jobs. But we do have a role to play in supporting affordable housing and supporting, a safe and productive work environments. Rasan led with this, talking about, housing and how that complements our physical safety. And I believe that to my core. So last week we announced the creation of a housing protection unit, and later today we're going to announce the first case out of that unit. And the thesis is quite simple. This is public safety work. If unscrupulous landlords are harassing tenants out of their homes, one, it's obviously bad for the tenants. Bad for the communities and physical public safety. It's also bad for the landlords who are adhering to the rules and the law. So we're focusing in that area, fraud and tenant harassment cases, which we believe ultimately will be impactful for our physical safety. And that's the broad lens that I think is consistent with your work and consistent with the themes of the conference this week. And the same is true in the worker context. We've been hard at work on wage theft issues, particularly in the construction area, and we're starting to go to other industries. It's quite simple. You put in an honest day's work, you deserve your pay, and those who are paying a criminally low wage, or in some instances not paying at all, must be held accountable. Again, for the people who've been wrong, the workers who've been wrong, but ultimately, for all of us, for our community well-being, and then also for our businesses that are, as almost all are, abiding by the law in this space. So these are just some of the things that we're working on at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office that I look forward to partnering on. I think it's really consistent with the spirit of the week and a broad lens, which I commend you for, on public safety. That is how we get to safety, all of this together, the housing work, the worker protection, the food security, the education, the getting the guns off of our street. All of this in tandem is how we deliver a safe Manhattan, a safe New York City. And I look forward to continuing to work together with you towards that end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Manhattan District Attorney. We appreciate you, and we appreciate your words of wisdom. And thank you for the job that you're doing and for everything that you're doing to keep New Yorkers safe and to keep New York City thriving, surviving, and moving forward.
Thank you.
All right. So good morning, good morning, good morning. And thank you for joining us. I am everybody's favorite moderator, Dr. Leslie Branch, and we have a wonderful panel, slate of panels for you today. and just want to give you a little bit of overview of our Impact Summit, echoing also the sentiments and the words of our illustrious CEO, Dr. Rahsaan Harris. We're so glad that you could join us today, and we are extremely glad and grateful for everything that it is that each of you do in your neck of the woods to keep New York City thriving, surviving, and moving forward. And so our Impact Summit is our one-day conference, and we are bringing together grassroots community leaders, academics, elected officials, and community residents around the theme of public safety. And we're doing this to share the richness of our time, talent, and treasure for the public good of New York City. And so this summit will connect community leaders who are doing the work, such as yourselves, with strategists who are also on the meeting today, and resources to advance public safety in New York City as we continue to emerge from the pandemic. And with that said, our first panel is education and community. Our second panel is housing and the physical environment. Our third panel is physical and mental health. The fourth panel, stability and personal safety. The fifth panel, economic and food security. And as Dr. Rahsaan Harris mentioned, the sixth panel is really a conversation, a very important conversation with the New York Amsterdam News and himself around gun safety and gun violence. And the title of that talk is Beyond the Barrel. And without further ado, I am going to ask the first slate of panelists if they can prepare themselves to move into position. And our first panelists are Natia Walker. Natia is the founder and CEO of Seeds of Fortune. Our second panelist is Mr. Armand Cheeks. And Armand is the program director at Galore Urban Tech. And we are so happy to have Councilmember Eric Dinowitz of the New York City Council District 11 in the Bronx. And Councilmember Dinowitz and I shared space, I think it was the day before yesterday, in our information summit, where we presented to his constituents the overview of the community leader grants, where they can apply and get funding to do and carry out the important community work that they are doing in their district to keep New York City thriving, surviving, and moving forward. All right, so are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so good morning to each of you, and thank you so very much for joining us. Okay, so I have some questions for the panelists, and the first question is, what does impact mean to you? So I'd like for each of you to tell me in your words what impact means to you as it relates to education and community. And I'm going to ask Mr. Armand Cheeks to go first.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you for having me. When I think about impact, for me, impact really just means having a strong positive effect on a person, people, or a situation that can be taken beyond that moment in time. Because when we think about education and when we think about just community, it's really important that we know that the impact that we are imparting on someone lasts beyond that moment. And I'm just going to keep it super simple with that. So I want to turn it over to the next panelist.
All right, Councilmember Dinowitz, impact, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, I think Armand said it really well. And I think it's also one of the challenging things about impact, especially when you're a teacher, when you're in education, or really many of the things that we do in the community. We don't always see the impact that we make on people, that our work does. And it is especially challenging, we think about the instant gratification that we have, especially nowadays with TikTok and video games. I watch TikTok, I play video games. Like that's how we're built, for instant gratification. but so much of the impact that I've seen in my work as an educator has come years after the students have graduated. Something as small as a student coming to me years later and telling me about their job interview, and that they wore a tie to the interview that I taught him to tie. That was something that I wouldn't have even thought of as something that was big and important, but that was impactful to his job interview. Or something bigger. I had a student who was going through a very difficult time in his life, years after high school. But he came to me after I saw him. He told me about it. He said, "Mr. Dinowitz," he still called me Mr. Dinowitz for some reason. Mr. Dinowitz, it was really, what you taught me in class, not the academic stuff, but teaching me to not give up, to keep going. That got me through, helped get me through that difficult time. So I think it's important for us to recognize that as we have impact on people, we don't always see the impact. We may never see the impact that we have on people and communities.
So that's very interesting. And I really appreciate that comment, because the impact in some ways comes in the very small things. And just talking about the work that Citizens does, we are a small organization, and the grants that we make to some, and by comparison, are quite small, but the impact that they are able to have is huge. So I really appreciate that theme. So thank you. I see that Ms. Walker has joined us. So thank you, Ms. Walker. I'm going to get you on the next question, because I definitely want to keep us on track. So my next question is, how is impact achieved? And I'm going to start with you, Ms. Walker. So I'm going to mix it up a little. So how is impact achieved?
For me, I feel like impact is achieved with community, honestly, because for us at Seeds of Fortune, we started one with the goal in mind for someone was helping me to get scholarships to college. And when I was a Girl Scout, I was like, okay, how am I going to get to college? How am I going to make this work? And if it was not for one of the troop leaders who took her time with me for 6 to 8 weeks in the summertime, then I would have not been able to fund my college education. And then I had the same pay it forward mindset when it came to creating Seeds of Fortune. And I started with 3 young women in the Brooklyn Public Library on Easton Parkway. And from the 3 young women, we call our original seeds, we were able to really create a movement for girls in New York City and around the country to be able to fund their college education. So to me, impact really comes down to community. Without my community in Brooklyn, I definitely would not have gotten as far as I did. And for them pouring back resources into me, it allowed me to pour resources back into them. And it's been a cycle of impact ever since. And our young women that graduate from high school to college, then they pour into the high school students to be able to help them along their college access journey. And it's a cycle of impact that continues, and we hope that it continues for a long time to come.
So I like that. And what resonates with me based on what you said is impact as a public good. And as a policy scholar, we know that there are some things that are public goods. So that means that the public generally makes them happen. And it's just so important, right? The collectiveness of impact. So it doesn't happen in a vacuum. So thank you for that. I'm going to move now to Armand, and the same question for you. How is impact achieved?
So for me, I feel like impact is really achieved through consistent and persistent action. I say consistent action because it's really necessary to, I say consistent action is necessary to make an impact, because anyone can really have a meaningful impact one or a few times, but it's really the people that make it their life's work to take consistent strides towards a positive outcome or a positive cause that really are truly impactful. And then when we think about the second criteria of persistent action, it's equally important because, to be impactful, you'll have to persist past obstacles, opposition, difficulties, as well as persist over a long period of time. And just to briefly say, when Matt Preneur, the founder of this particular nonprofit, first got started, he also got started just by deciding that he wanted to do some STEM programs in the local library. So shout out to the local libraries for giving, organizations like us a chance. And from that, we were able to, get one of our first contracts with the DOE during COVID, during a time where people were really looking for programming. That was really our chance to shine and say, hey, even if we have to do it virtually, we really want to be consistent in making sure that we give consistent programming throughout the course of the year. So that's where I feel like impact is achieved.
So that's amazing. And if I could sum up your framework of consistent and persistent in one word, it's grit, right? And if there is anything that New Yorkers have, it's grit, for sure. All right, council member, let's hear your take on how is impact achieved.
I just love what I'm hearing: consistent and persistent community. And I think about some of the work that I've been able to do in the past year as council member. So, I take the neighborhood of Wakefield, which I represent, for example. One of the groups that you support is Wakefield for Change. They help beautify the neighborhood and they bring people together in that community spirit. And I think Alvin Bragg said earlier, when you beautify neighborhoods, when you have that sort of engagement with the community, they saw 30% reduction in crime. I thought that was an incredible statistic. We've worked with one of the local churches to do consistent and persistent food distribution, signing people up for benefits. We celebrated the opening of a playground at one of our local schools. And with that elementary school, we had a back to school celebration. We welcomed the kids. We had, backpacks and community resources and, building up this community. And a few weeks ago, the community was told that there was going to be a asylum seeker shelter for families. Anytime a shelter opens, anytime something new like that opens with a community that needs a lot of help, there's a lot of concern in the community. How are we going to best help the people that are coming in who need the help? But because we were building community, because we were persistent and consistent in building community, the community was ready. So now that church that we were doing food distributions with is also helping support this shelter. That school that we did the back to school celebration distribution with, they have backpacks and they have clothing for the children coming in. And they have the relationship with me and with the DOE and with other city agencies to directly, come together so that the school got the resources they needed from the city government. So, building those persistent, consistent communities really allows us, when there is a big change and a big challenge, really allows us to be resilient and provide for those very people who need the most help in our community.
So thank you for that. And again, I'm just making note of all of the descriptors. So when we get to the end of the day, we'll have a nice compendium of descriptors of what impact is and what it looks like and what the results can be. All right, so moving on to the third question. So now that we know what impact means, how it is achieved, can you tell us how it's measured, right? So how do you measure impact? And I'm going to start off with the council member this time.
It's a very complicated question, and I'll say this: it goes back to what I said earlier. It's like you don't always see the impact, and I think the challenge that we're facing is people in my position in elected office. They want to show that their policies are having an impact, and very often that is done with high stakes testing. And they'll say, "Oh, within a year, the kid's test score is low, so we're not doing the right thing." And it's problematic, and we see this from city agency to city agency, that they view our problems through a lens of Excel spreadsheets. But we know people are so much more complicated than that, and Our communities are so much more intricate than that, and the problems we face are long-term. And so that's why we look at, studies which show things like the impact of after-school programs that have on children, the impact of enrichment. I'm very proud in the council to be able to invest a lot of discretionary dollars, for example, in things like the debate team, in things like outdoor education and horticulture. And in fact, again, one of the things that Citizens Committee does is they help support one of the local farmers markets, which isn't just farmers market providing fresh food, but they do community activities, again, helping to build that community. And the challenge is seeing over a long term, what is the impact that these things are having. And again, for that, we can look at the data which show that after school programs help, community building programs help, as DA Bragg said, these community beautification projects and working together to have that impact.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask Natia to weigh in.
Yeah, when I think about impact and measuring impact, we have some key indicators here at Seeds of Fortune to be able to measure our impact with the young women. We are an ed tech platform that helps young women of color to get scholarships for college, teach them financial literacy and career development skills. And when we're looking at measuring our impact, right, we're pouring all of, we call ingredients into the young women, right? So they can make their own soup or be able to empower themselves. That's their college essay writing. That's allowing them to do interview prep for college access. That's allowing them to be able to put their resumes together to tell their stories. And when you put all of these ingredients together, for us, we call it their moneymaker, right? Their college application. And when they're able to tell their stories, where they come from, their backgrounds, how New York City has made them unique across the 5 boroughs, then they're able to, when the admission officers are reviewing them, get scholarships and aid to college. And for us, it's about allowing New York City students to go to college with the least amount of debt, to be able to inform them about all the great initiatives that New York State has put in place for them, such as the Excelsior Scholarship that allows for students whose families make $125,000 or below to go to CUNY and SUNY for free. And a lot of times parents, they don't know about this and they feel like they have to take out large amounts of debt to be able to finance their children's education that will allow them to move to the next socioeconomic ladder. So when we look at measuring impact, we're trying to do debt reduction, student loan debt reduction for our students, maximize the amount of money that they're receiving to go to college. And then in the long term, kind of looking at the type of jobs and things that they can have. And Citizens Committee has been a really big part of being able to help us get these resources in the hands of students across New York City. So that's kind of what I look at when kind of measuring our impact here at Seeds and what we're doing for the students across New York City.
So I appreciate that. And Natia, I want to apologize. I learned that I was mispronouncing your name, and names are important. And so, Natia, thank you. I'm going to pivot to Armand.
Perfect. So I love both answers that were just received. And for me, I feel like impact is measured in quantity as well as quality, and not necessarily the traditional way that we think of. So, and this is a quote that I just thought of a while back, but by measuring impact in terms of quantity and quality, we can ensure that we have an immeasurable impact on the community that we're looking to affect. So I strongly believe that impact is measured by both, because when it comes to quantity, every life impacted matters. Every person that comes through one of our programs, every youth that is able to upskill themselves through STEM and learning, get exposed to a curriculum that they may not have gotten in their traditional classroom, all of that is important. Because when we think about it, every individual impacted has an infinite potential. And then when it comes to like education and public safety, every life impacted as a whole matters. So every individual that has an improved quality of life is part of that measurable impact. And by being cognizant of the importance of every individual, we can then improve their quality of life as we make strides towards continuing to make sure that the impact that we deliver is felt, for years to come.
So all of the responses have been very measured, and I like that, impactful for sure. And people live life at the intersection, right? And for some of the people that we engage with, that we are working to impact, not only do they live at the intersection, but they also live at the margins, right? So if you can imagine being just hanging on by a thread at the margin and then having intersectional challenges that, a one size all approach is not going to do it. I'd like for you to share with those of us who are joining us today, what is it that each of you have done? What measurable or immeasurable impact, as Armand has so eloquently characterized, what immeasurable impact have you personally and your organizations had relative to education and community? And I'm going to lead with Councilmember Dinowitz.
Yeah, I think based on my previous answer, I would say a lot of it is immeasurable. The things I see and don't see from my years, of course, as a teacher. But I want to start by saying none of this is to discount the work of of DA Bragg and the police and the courts, but my background is education, and a lot of my focus in the council has been on the community, on education. And just one example is, we have this negative correlation between students with disabilities and prevalence in the criminal justice system, for example, right? Kids or people in the criminal justice system in the jails have a higher prevalence of learning disabilities and lower educational attainment, right? Fewer degrees, let's say. And so that's what my work has been before the council, but even the work now in the council. One of the bills that I'm working on that I introduced a few weeks back is to create a program that would help students in high school with disabilities transition to college and ensure that they get their accommodations and the support that they need at the college level. Because right now there's a big gap and a big struggle when students make that transition. There's nothing systemic in place. And that's just one of the pieces of legislation that I'm trying to work on that I think is going to help our kids. But again, if there's that correlation between students with disabilities and the criminal justice system, we should be spending a lot of time helping our children with disabilities. And that's just but one of the many things we are doing in the council. I'll say one other thing just because it's so exciting. Just last stated meeting, we passed, a friend of mine, Julie Menon, proposed and it passed the city council, the first in the nation universal childcare plan for universal childcare.
That's awesome.
And as it relates to, it's amazing. And as it relates to education, I think we think a lot about parents and their struggles with childcare. But what I saw in the classroom was students, high school students leaving school early or staying home altogether to take care of their little sibling. And if you're missing your classes, even just a couple a day, or you're staying home altogether, you're less likely to graduate from high school. And even if you do, your grades are probably going to be lower. And we're creating this cycle of students who aren't getting the same, degrees or the same, academic support, or the academics aren't impacting the same because they're not there to experience them and to engage with them. And so by doing this is not just going to help parents, but it's something that's going to help the very students that I spent almost 14 years teaching in the classroom. So there is a lot that we're doing in the council that doesn't always seem like it's directly related to public safety, but it's about supporting persistent and consistent communities.
Well, I mean, and for sure, and as we, are having this discussion, we said that the challenges are intersectional. And so education is just as important as housing is just as important as community, is just as important as economic security, food security. And so all of these components pour into the broader concept of public safety. And in short, you cannot have public safety without all of these things and truly so much more. And just making sure that we look at the people and not leave behind the people who are at the margins or view them as inconsequential. That is so important. So thank you. I'm excited about the universal childcare because people do, as you indicated, council member, tend to think of it as just a college kind of a thing. But a lot of times it happens in high school. I remember being a latchkey kid, but I knew that I could go somewhere, or I knew that when I got out of school, go home, don't answer the phone, don't answer the door, But nowadays, things are a little bit more different. And so you can't leave the little ones home. And so it usually falls to the older siblings to do that, because intersectionally, the parent, usually the mother, has to go and work to earn, money for the household. So definitely appreciate that universal child care bill. All right, so I'm gonna pivot to Natalia.
Yes, I love what the Councilman Eric said, because for us, I think that's where our platform really comes in and really shines for the students. Because the young ladies of color are able to access the platform wherever they are, it actually has extracurricular activities that they're able to participate online. So a lot of times during COVID, what we learned was that a lot of the students that had to go and do childcare for their siblings or for their elderly grandparents and things of that nature, they didn't have the opportunity to actually participate in extracurricular activities. And by the time they got to their junior, senior year, it would have seen on the surface level to the college admission officers and things of that nature that the student just wasn't involved in their community or they didn't care. But on when you start to pull back the layers, we start to see that the students don't have the time, right? Because they have all these responsibilities. So with Seeds of Fortune, we really try to provide the opportunities for the girls to be able to take part in leadership opportunities at home. And one of our great kind of local opportunities was that the young woman we got to partner with Mount Sinai Hospital and their administrative side to allow the girls to be able to create their own hospital simulation online. So the girls were able to act as the C-suite, right? They were the CEOs, CMOs of their own hospital. And then they actually got to connect with the Mount Sinai staff to tell them how they can work with local communities better, right? And that was all from wherever they were, wherever they can log in online and be able to participate in group projects together. In addition to that, when I think about students on the margins, I think about our DACA students, right? We just got an influx of families that have come in from different places across the US, but also for families and students that have been living in New York City, and they were born in a different country and didn't know that they were not US citizens. And the great thing about, I think, New York and New York City is that they have been able to have asylum here, but then also the state and local laws have put it into place to allow for the students to be able to have a free education here in New York City and to be able to benefit from a free college education, which is allows them to be able to move forward. And then also at Seeds, for students that are undocumented, we are trying to teach them about the institutions across the United States that actually pay for students to or provide funding and aid because they cannot apply to FAFSA, so that they can fund their college education. So thinking about all these kind of broken systems and that are keeping people out in the margins and how we can start to bridge those gaps for the students and their families so that everyone has equal and accessible access to education, I think is very important.
So Natalia, I'm just getting all kinds of goosebumps here. And what I love about what you said, particularly about perception versus reality, framing matters, right? And so it is so important for us to tell our story from our lived perspective, rather than leave it to people's perceptions about why we are where we are, right? And so I'm just so encouraged by how you are empowering young women to amplify what their narratives are. No, we're not lazy. It's just that we have more responsibility than even some adults. And we are being responsible and caring and carrying so much. So I absolutely love that. It's so important to amplify, to reframe. And that's one of the things that I love so much about Citizens Committee. We do exactly that. We amplify the stories and we help tell them from the lived perspective of community leaders, such as all of you here today. So nobody gets to paint you in a way that is not true to who you are. So thank you for that. I'm going to pivot now to Armand.
Thank you. So as an organization, Glow Urban Tech has had a measurable impact relative to education and community that address both the quality and quantity criteria that I mentioned earlier in the discussion prompt. In regards to quantity, Glow Urban Tech has worked with over 500 youth since 2018. And we've actually overall helped improve the quality of education by introducing these youth to coding, chess, podcasting, photography, drone clubs, and other technical skills that really will help make them more technologically savvy young adults. And when we think about how the upskilling of these youth just really affects public safety directly, we can really, if we can continue to educate these children and young adults on the opportunities that exist within technology, just based around them increasing their skill set, they're less likely to seek lifestyles that don't serve their best interests. And that could be violence, that could be anything, but it just understanding that when you see that there's another way, there's a bigger opportunity, you start to shift yourself away from opportunities or things that aren't aligned with who you are or who you want to be. And I think that's really one of the biggest things that I've enjoyed about the work that we've been doing with Glow Urban Tech is really just to Councilmember Dinowitz's perspective. Some of these youth we're getting at 10 years old, 13 years old, and even younger, introducing them to technology that they may be a pioneer for later on down the line. And just to see their eyes light up and really understand like this technology is something that's going to be around and they want to be a part of it, that's something that's really exciting. And it's just, I never thought, like my mom was an educator. She's been educated with the DOE for 30 years. And I took a non-conventional route into doing education. But from doing it this way, I completely understand why she loves education so much, because it's so necessary. We need people that are going to fight for education and are going to fight for, being the person or people that our youth can count on, for getting the careers of the future.
Mm-hmm. So, I love what you said, Armand, about the non-conventional route. And, maybe we need to throw convention out of the window sometimes. And if you think about convention, it is really the systems that we have that probably aren't doing or serving those at the margin so well, right? And when we think about education, yes, it includes the K through 12. To this day, I still walk on the right side of the steps when I go up or down. Don't know why, but no, actually I do. I've been socialized to do that through our public school education system. But that aside, education is so much more than sitting in the classroom and being lectured to. And to be honest, some people's learning style, some students' learning style is not the passive learning style. So they don't learn as well when they have to sit and just listen. Some students are kinesthetic, some are tactile, so they need to be involved in what it is that they do. And some people, you know, or just so it's about the learning style and it's about the teaching style. And I think, you know, doing things in a non-conventional way isn't really a bad idea. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And I just wondering now if we can shift to the Q&A. I think we're in a good position for Q&A. Do we have any questions that any of those watching us in the virtual world have? And while we are getting those, you know, ready to queue up, you know, one of the things that I will share with you is I've spent the bulk of my time in education, and I still am an educator for, I guess 14 or some odd years, maybe longer than that. I taught at the college level undergrad. And sometimes, you know, I would have prepared a whole lesson, you know, but if I would be able to read the room, and if that's not what was needed, I would put the lesson aside and I would then speak to the students and just listen to them. Hey, what's going on with you? What are some of the challenges that you're facing? And use my platform as a professor to really just try to find ways to connect one another and really to get them to open up, right? So one of the things that I recognize about folks at the margin is that because they have experienced disappointment so many times, they don't really think that they can trust people. And so they will just keep things bottled up and try to figure it out on their own. And one of the things that I try to do as an educator in my classrooms is to let students know here at the college, there are a huge amount of resources, right? And guess what? Some of your tuition dollars are paying for those resources. So guess what? You should use those resources that you are helping to contribute to. And like many of you, the impact has been immeasurable. And it has been measurable. And to this day, they still call me Professor Branch, even though they are managing and supervising and CEOs and such. So I love that. But I love it when the relationship is able to go from student, teacher to colleague, because it shows, at least for me, that what I was able to pour into each of these students had an impact, right? I recognize that I'm not always going to be able to reach the masses, and that's okay. But if I can reach one or two, and that one or two will take what they have heard and share it with folks in their community, right? So if we can just start with one, educate one. I think there's this catchy phrase, each one teach one. How many of you have heard that? Right?
I have not, but you found your each one that you taught that to. So
yeah. Oh, okay, there you go. Class is in session.
Well,
right. So
no, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think one of the things that as educators, or especially people outside the education system, I think, you know, don't get, and talking about the kids on the margins here, not maybe the majority of kids, but most people don't know what it's like to go into a classroom for an entire day and not understand a thing that's going on, right? Like, if I've had students come to high school with like a second grade reading level, and I just don't think most people understand what that must feel like. The only thing I can compare to is if, you know, I went to if all my classes were taught in French, and yet I was expected every single day to just, for years and years, to just keep going and give the same effort, even though I don't understand the language. So I think we have to kind of recognize that perspective and ask the question, are we meeting students where they are and providing
Yes.
for what they need? The answer right now, unfortunately, is no. The way the incentive structures are and the assessment structures are in our education system. I love what Armand said about, students being the pioneers of technology. And I'm looking at some of the groups that you fund, that you support. It's a lot of gardening groups. And it just reminded me that fundamentally people, especially students, love to build, they love to create something. And when we're speaking about impact, it's not instant gratification, but having had the joy of teaching environmental science and having students plant things, and then months later, those plants grow, whether, vegetables, tomatoes and peas and herbs, that the students saw that months after they did some work, they saw the literal fruits of their labor. And one of the reasons that I allocate a lot of discretionary dollars to outdoor education and after school and gardening clubs is because I've personally seen that the impact of that work. And even as a council member, I got to tour a District 75 school. And for those who don't know, District 75, the District 75 schools are for students with more severe disabilities that can be addressed in our, typical, what we think of as community schools like PS 123 or the high school of, the Citizens Committee. And what I saw in a middle school that I visited was the students who were doing the outdoor education, they couldn't always read the sign identifying the plant. But when it came time to plant things and build for it, they were able to transplant the plants, explain how they were doing it. It's not something that's always intuitive. They were able to look at the bugs that this group brought in and explain why those ladybugs were being added to the plants and do it with such care. And that was a success for them. They were building something, and they were demonstrating their intelligence and their abilities in a way that we don't always measure. Maybe we should start, because if we measure in that one way, that number 2 pencil and that test, those students are going to keep failing. And I don't think it's beneficial to them. I don't think it's beneficial to our communities. So it is incumbent upon us, both for moral reasons, right? We have to provide for and support everyone, but also as a community. So what type of students what do we want from our students? What are we teaching them, and why are we teaching them? And I think we should lead with one of the values being building, as Natalia said, community. And that leads back to what we've all been talking about, which is that safety, which is if you are finding your place in your community and you are building in whatever way you are able to, then we're going to have better, safer communities.
So does anybody want to weigh in on that? Because I do have another question that has emerged based on some of the conversation that we're having.
Yeah, I would love to weigh in on that. So for us, I love this idea of kind of unconventional ways of going about things. Like I would have to say, I was always living life on the boundaries. And for us, during the pandemic and moving forward, we have partnered with Summer Youth. And Summer Youth, I know for me as a New York City student, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get paid for the summer. I ended up in childcare jobs. And then one of the last jobs I ended up in was working in a community garden. And I felt like it provided me a lot of hands-on experience to be able to kind of build my skill sets across the board. They also had a farmer's market on Utica Avenue in Brooklyn that they would use the fruits and things of that nature to sell back to the community or give away to the community. And having had that experience, I realized how fundamental and essential kind of Summer Youth was to providing paid opportunities for New York City students. And for us, we partnered with Summer Youth over the last 2 years to provide the young women in New York the ability to build their own business plans. And I feel like that allows them to kind of change the narrative, right, for their Summer Youth experience. I think I conventionally, right, I worked in childcare, I worked at the community garden, but there's something about creating your own idea, right? About how you can bring ideas into the world and what your community needs. A lot of them are social impact ideas or just skill sets that they have, right? So taking their hair braiding business that they've done with their friends on the side, right? How can I make this into a real business? Like, I like to paint nails. Okay, can I be a stylist and things of that nature? And to see the ideas that they come up with at the end of the summer, we also partner with BMO Capital Markets for the girls to present their businesses in person. Wow. And the confidence level of the girls to be able to think about, okay, my idea could be something in the future. For us, we also trying to help them build digital skill sets so that instead of presenting the business plan in like a Word document, that's like, kind of the conventional way things have been done, we've partnered with Wix.com to allow them to be able to present it in websites, right? Because we know like digital is kind of the wave of the future. So thinking about all of these kind of traditional ways that we've been doing things and say, how can we reimagine an experience for students, right? Yes, work, gain some skill sets, but then what can happen if you created your own next big idea, right? And then we're able to bring an income for yourself and for your families in the future from this idea that you created in high school. So I love this idea of kind of doing things unconventionally or thinking about ways that we can transform the way maybe traditional systems have been and enhance them, right? We don't want to get rid of the traditional systems unless they're very bad. But just how can we, because they're there for a reason too, right? Things work, but then how can we make it better, right? How can we innovate and move forward as the times change for students?
That's amazing. So Armand, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll weigh in briefly. The only thing I would say just in regards to just unconventional or way of approaching education moving forward is that I definitely feel like the old model of everything being pass fail no longer serves some people within marginalized communities, because everything in life isn't pass fail. When we think about just the tech companies, how many times they had to go through iterations, not failures, iterations of their projects and of what they're working on to be able to be successful. That's the same grace that needs to be given to our young adults, our young leaders, our people that want to get into that space. Because if we begin to look at everything from pass-fail perspective, there's going to be a lot of times where people feel frustrated when they don't get something right the first time. But guess what? Even Edison didn't get the light bulb right the first time. Even, you can think of any amazing invention that we have, it was never gotten right the first time. Even when it comes to planting, sometimes you don't get the right crop the first time because you didn't give it the right amount of love and tenderness and care that it needed. So when we think about how education is going to evolve and how we can help impact, our youth, it's allowing them to understand that there is a grace period. And as long as they don't quit, as long as they see that there are people that can be a model of what overcoming any type of adversity or failure looks like, they will be successful, and they'll have people like us that are in their corner pushing them towards that success.
Y'all are bringing the heat and the smoke this morning, and I'm just absolutely love, right? So we are in a binary mindset, either or, but it's not either or, it's all of the above, I would suggest. And then secondly, iterations are not failures, right? They're just incremental steps along this process of becoming, if you will, right? And right. Becoming is not static, because once you become, it becomes past tense, it becomes became, and now we are becoming, right? So to the teachers, if that was horrible grammar, don't fail me.
No, we'll just give you a chance to have another iteration of that sentence. That's it.
Right. So
but what you say is so interesting, because if you look at the standards, for example, like the English standards, one of the standards is to draft and revise and go back and fix your work, which is very normal, which is what any human does, whether you call it iterations in technology or whether you're writing papers. Armand, I do take a little issue with what you said about not giving plants enough love, though, because the plants on my terrace didn't grow so well, and now I'm feeling like, like a failed dad, like I didn't give enough
Hey,
love.
next season we'll give it some more love and water and everything.
But with this, we recognize in the professional space, and even the standards recognize it. But again, I hate to harp on this, but our testing structure doesn't recognize that. Our look at the high school regents. It's not even writing. It's not a long-term thing. It's write a short paragraph, a couple short paragraphs. No time to revise, to research, to go back. It doesn't really reflect what we do in the professional world. It doesn't even represent what students are supposed to be doing. And so that becomes very problematic. And it relates back to this, what type of success are you seeing in high school? What type of educational attainment you're getting? What's your path? And again, if students continue to fail, again, a lot of kids on the margins, but they continue to fail because of the test or because of the assessment structure, that makes us less safe. And if we're not finding that community for them, it's problematic for all of us. And we can have high academic standards and Doctor, as you said, grit and rigor, and we can have all those things if they just reflect what we actually want and need our students to do to create a persistent and consistent community. It's a phrase I'm going to start using those too. Thank you.
All right. I like that. So, this has been amazing, time well spent. So I want to thank each of you for, for your time, for sharing your knowledge, your talent, and your treasure with those of us here at Citizens and in your respective communities. Again, and going back to something that the council member said with regard to impact, it's not instant, right? It's in some ways long-term, or in some ways you reach it, but then once you reach it, things change, and then you're still seeking to have impact. And so I appreciate each of you and for staying with us for the long haul. And thank you so much that we can count on each of you to continue to make impact in New York City for the city that we love, for the people who are our brothers and our sisters. And with that, I am going to bid you all adieu. And again, heartfelt thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, so we're gonna have a 5-minute break, and our next panel will be the housing and physical environment, which will get started at 10:30. Don't go anywhere, or if you go somewhere, don't go too far, and be prepared to join us at 10:30. Thanks so much. All right, so thanks for sticking with us, and we are bringing our second panel to you. And our second panel is housing and physical environment. And this panel is going to discuss housing and the physical environment and their impact on public safety. And we're going to be discussing the importance of being housed and physical green space as they relate to public safety, and how their absence contributes to public safety, and what panelists and their organizations are doing to mitigate homelessness and increase public green space, and strategies and solutions to improve public safety. And so our esteemed panel for today includes Kelly Villar and Kelly is the founder and CEO of Staten Island Urban Center. Wave to the people, Kelly. Hey. And we have Jay Rumel Parkin, who is a mental health and homeless advocate, and he is the founder of Help New York City. And we have Council Member Christian Shaker, New York City Council Member for the City Council District 25 in Queens, and the council member is joining us online. If you could wave to the people, council members, that would be awesome.
Hi, everyone. So nice to see you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. And then finally, we have Fatu Masali. She is the founder and CEO of House of Caring Hands, Inc. And you are also the vice president for the Staten Island Liberian community. And of course, I am everybody's favorite moderator, Dr. Leslie Brand. Here at Citizens Committee for New York City. So let's get this show on the road, if you will. All right. And so gonna start off with the first question, and we can just go, in linear order. What does impact mean to you, Kelly? Tell us.
Well, impact, I think, as it relates to housing and open space, really is the foundation of home, and where people, live and do the things that they do. And it's the foundation of what's going to happen next in their life. It's the foundation of where I go to school, how I go to school, what's my walk like, what's my, during the pandemic, one of the young people that I met with, we had interviewed him about COVID. And one of the things that he said he missed the most when we were all in the shutdown was my walk to school. And seeing things as I walk from home, to school. So space is a real important thing that helps to shape our village. So I think it's really important for us to make sure that our homes are the safest and that our green space is the greenest.
Thank you for that. Drew?
I think impact can have a various connotation on everything. There can be negative impact, there can be positive impact, and the populations that I work with and just what I see in the city have a lot of negative impact. And it's panels like this that can really turn the tide on that impact. And I'm seeing a lot of changes here in the city. The new council is amazing. A lot of the positive impact that's coming out of there. But when it comes to housing in New York City, we have a really tough fight ahead of us. We have to fight developers. We have to fight regulations that are sometimes out of the city's control because of funding sources and whatnot, federal regulations, and laws that were made in the 1950s that reinforce redlining. And really, Robert Moses. Yeah, we're still fighting Robert Moses, the Cross Bronx Expressway that I live on the Major Deegan up in the Bronx. And so I feel like impact is how we measure the negative or positive happenings in a community.
Thank you. Fatu?
So for me, impact is more of making a difference, right? So as leaders, and we're talking about the issue of housing and so many other issues, is what are you doing as a leader in your community to make that difference. As you stated, sometimes it would be regulatory problems, right? So on a community base, we try to do things at a little pace at a time to make those little impacts, right? So when I think of impact, I see it more on a positive outcome, more than a negative outcome. Of course, there's two sides, but when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you say is, how can I be a better person? How can I be a better me? And in being a better you, you're able to then be a better person for society at large. So that's what impact is to me.
Thank you. Council member, what does impact mean to you?
Great question. Well, I think first I want to say thank you so much to the Citizens Committee too for hosting this summit as well. Knowing the organization. Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, I was going to say, I know the organization very well for so many years working together around issues of public space and housing justice. And so, you know, I think the real question of impact is, what are we doing as a city, as a society to invest in every community so every community is healthy and can thrive? And that connects every issue that we're talking about. For me, what's so interesting about this panel is, you know, as a council member now, representing a district that has some of the least amount of park space in all of New York City. Jackson Heights Amherst ranked 50 out of 51 council districts when it comes to open green space. And, you know, we are the most diverse and green communities in the world. And also being chair of the Parks Committee in the council brings together my perspective on green space and racial justice. And then before going into the council, being a civil rights lawyer for tenants, fighting against housing discrimination every day, seeing what overdevelopment, gentrification, displacement has done to low-income communities of color. This brings together all my work, my prior work and my current work. And I've always said, you know, that housing is the most urgent crisis in the city because it connects to every other crisis around us, right? Like where you live affects your access, the lack of access to resources and services. And so, for example, my neighborhood, my district was the epicenter of the pandemic. We have Elmhurst Hospital, our incredible public hospital here. We have the least amount of green space. And you can see the way in which all of these things are connected. And I don't think it's any accident when neighborhoods like mine lack such investment. I think it's the result of decades of disinvestment. You know, as one of our fellow panelists said, this goes back to Robert Moses. And as someone who's fought against the harmful impacts of Robert Moses through fair housing litigation, over discriminatory rezonings, in my own community now, seeing what it's meant, this is undoing decades of systemic discrimination, and impact involves undoing those to actually put communities first that have been neglected for so long.
Thank you for that. And yeah, it's what is interesting to me about this panel is, you know, the way most people hold their wealth is in place, i.e. where they live, i.e. their home if they own it, right? And so home ownership in terms of impact it is just so important. And it could possibly speak to, I would imagine, some of the problems in the wealth gap that we see, right? If people live in communities that are poor because there is a lack or a gap of resources, if there isn't a huge tax base because of home ownership, the impact on that just sort of snowballs into every other area of the individual and then the community's life. So here's my next question for the panel, and we're going to mix the order up a little bit. How is impact achieved? And I'm going to start with you, council member.
Well, I think impact is achieved far more than what any law or policy could mean. But what are we doing on the ground to make sure those laws and policies translate into reality for so many communities? I've seen it all the time. First as a fair housing lawyer, now as a council member. If the laws aren't actually enforced, if they aren't actually implemented in a way that reaches our most vulnerable populations, they're worth less than the paper they're written on. And so when we think about how do we achieve impact, it's really through bottom-up change that involves two things. First, the organizing in communities happening on the street level every day to advocate for and fight for the resources, the programs that we need for our park space, for truly affordable rent stabilized housing. And it means having laws in place and thinking through as government how we make sure those laws actually reach the people they're designed to achieve. Housing discrimination is illegal. Fair housing laws are some of the broadest in scope, but they're not enforced that way. These practices of redlining continue, even though they violate the Fair Housing Act. The same way we think about how we want to make sure every New Yorker has access to green space within a walk from their home. Sure, we still have much more green space that we need, but the issue isn't green space. The issue is that it's unequally distributed. There are some neighborhoods that have so much more access to it. There are others that don't. So when we think about impact, we can't look at it from a top-down perspective, what we're seeing. It's really from a ground level. How is it reaching the communities that are most vulnerable, that are so often overlooked? And I think we can't be satisfied with impact until we've answered that question.
Yes, so definitely a distribution problem that we have. Gonna go next to Fatu.
Sure. So one of the ways that we are engaging impact in Staten Island, most especially in the Nigerian community, we are becoming the voice. We're becoming the voice, making sure that we are getting into all of these political offices, making sure that we're holding them accountable to, as you stated, resources to make sure that our community are benefiting from those resources. And Staten Island being the borough that is forgotten, right? The forgotten borough, but with strong leaders such as myself and other stakeholders that's out there in Staten Island, we are really troubling the political parties, making sure that they're doing what they need to do. And I think as Councilman said, we need to start from the community, the ground level. And that's where we are as community leaders, community members, making sure that we are really pushing force, knocking on doors to make those differences happen so that we can achieve those things.
For sure, and nobody knows your situation better than you.
Correct.
And so definitely just plugging citizens, that is what we believe in, grassroots. We don't go into community and tell community how to fix their problem. The community comes to us after they have identified what the quality of life issues are and puts together a proposal for how they're going to do it, gets reviewed, grants, and then boom, they get to work. So Ru, I'm gonna move to you.
It's funny, I actually live in the borough that is privileged with green space, and it was designed that way. Every Bronx site is within a 5-minute walk of at least 3 green spaces. From my house, you can triangulate my house from what I'm gonna say. I live University Woods, Morris Park Playground, Roberto Clemente State Park, High Bridge, and there's 2 other playgrounds up the hill from me. The Bronx was designed that way because that's where the wealthy lived back at the turn of the century, early 1900s. And so we're really privileged in that sense, but it's coming under fire in the Bronx, mainly because, I'll give you an example. Some may have seen I testified at Community Board 11, just home, to a very hostile crowd against a supported housing project that is happening on Jacoby's campus. And they're very adamantly against it. And I think the reason they're very conservative, at one point they were treading around a "don't tread on me" flag throughout the hearing. And they're very, very, I think they're fearful because they don't understand what supported housing is. And I would love to live on the Jacoby campus. It's beautiful up there.
Yeah,
but the impact that we can do, as Fatima said,
That's okay.
said, is that as leaders, we really need to keep our council members accountable, our state assembly, because even though the city is kind of self-contained, the state still has a lot to say about green space and housing. I feel like we let our assembly members and our senators off the hook a little because we're so concerned with the city, the way the city and the bureaucracy here in the city works. However, what I wanted also to add is that I'm holding a council member. I called the council member's chief of staff every single day about the Just Home project up at Jacoby. And finally we got a meeting because she hadn't heard the directly impacted side of the story. She always heard the NIMBYs, and she doesn't support the project because of the NIMBYs. I understand the politics involved in this, but how can you say no to housing for people who are coming from incarceration that have complicated medical situations? You're just going to put them on the street. They have no other option. We really have to build that housing, the supported housing, because not everyone coming out of a shelter or street homelessness or have been unhoused for a while has the ability to use a voucher and go straight into regular housing. And it's really important that we build housing, including green spaces. I mean, my building up in the Bronx has a green roof on it. It was the first green roof on a residential building in the Bronx. So I'm really grateful for the work we're doing as leaders.
Awesome. Kelly?
I think that a couple of things. One is that, our organization, the Staten Island Urban Center, was founded with the philosophy of community development through community involvement. And that's our only belief in terms of successful impact on a community can possibly be. We had a similar situation, or we're in the middle of a similar situation where we have a facility coming into our community right now that's being built, and the NIMBYs all over the place, really calling for, well, what about the police, and are we going to get more police, and are we going to get, go right there to the that's like the number one issue.
Yeah.
And, we sent out an email and blasted it out to not only our local council person, but also to all the community members, all the CBOs that we knew and all the civic organizations, and said, look, if we want to, this facility is coming into, it's a supportive housing facility for single moms and their children. And if we're going to react with NIMBYism, let's change the perspective here. We want a successful facility. That's what we want. And in order to have a successful facility, we have to be a successful community. And we have to behave like a successful community. We have to work together. My fantasy is showing up at the facility when it opens with a basket of muffins and welcoming families into the neighborhood. But in the meantime, we should be figuring out, how do we connect these children and these families to education? How do we connect them to the local hospitals? Do they have, resources, for transportation? Those are the things that we should be fighting for to help our community be, successful. And that's how you, I believe, create positive impact. And the last thing I want to say is about, in terms of green space, we need to stop calling green space an amenity. It is not an amenity. It is a necessity. It is part of the infrastructure that's required to make the places where we live, no matter what our incomes are, successful. So I believe from the start that we should be looking at those things to create positive impact.
So, that's amazing. And one of the things that I always say is people will support what they help create.
Exactly.
And so, council member, I'm going to start with you for question 3. How is impact measured, right? We usually have KPIs and goals and sort of check boxes, but how do we, how can we measure impact?
I think, well, first, before answering that question, I just wanted to underscore the last point too. The notion, and I said this as park chair in the council, the notion that green space is an amenity, or those who say that, I find that to be the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. If anything we saw from COVID how essential parks and public space are, not just because we need them, but because for our public health, for our mental health and well-being, and how they restore us. And so if anything, this pandemic showed that green space is not an amenity. It's an essentiality that we depend on it. We need it, and every community deserves it. And that's really the work ahead of us to, as you mentioned before, to really create a New York that's a place for everyone. And so, the question of how do we quantify impact and measure it? Well, first I would say we have to throw all those statistics and normal indicators out the window, because part of the problem here is that they don't tell the human stories and the human impact of what is going on. And they actually don't capture on the ground level, to the point that I was talking about earlier. Are the laws, all the policy things we're putting in place, are they actually having an effect on every single community in our city, not just some or at the expense of others? And so I think at a basic level, it really involves a ground level perspective. If you are in a neighborhood and you look around, can you see a park within a 5-minute walking distance or a community center? Can you look around and see that housing is actually truly affordable for those who live there, and that what's being built and what's being developed is actually furthering fair housing and meeting the needs of those who live in that neighborhood? In short, are we doing things to actually meet the needs of those who live in the communities and who have had great need for so long? And that's not data that you can really capture. For example, we could probably produce a map, and sure, there's more work that New York City has to do compared to other cities when it comes to park space. But you can look at a map and say, oh, well, New York City has X amount of, park space. But you can put yourself in communities right now in the South Bronx, in Queens, in Brooklyn, where you can't see a park for miles. Or when it comes to our playgrounds in NYCHA, for example, we can talk about the playgrounds that we have across New York City. But when you look at playgrounds in NYCHA, they aren't getting any of the repairs, renovations they've needed for so long too. So I'm a big fan, and I also, as a lawyer, that I say it knowing that there's legal arguments are always made about data and statistics. And my view is you take all that and you throw it out the window, because it's never actually capturing the real life, on the ground human impact of what we are doing. And I think we as a city need to move away from those kinds of metrics and come up with processes, whether it's planning for housing or creating green space, that are actually starting from being in the neighborhood, right? I think that's an important responsibility of government agencies or elected officials. You have to be present. You have to be in the neighborhoods that you're looking to, either you represent or you're looking to do work in, and truly understand the needs of the people who are there. And I just don't think that happens often enough.
So, I love that. And as a public and urban policy PhD, one of the things that we're taught is that equity and efficiency compete with one another, but they don't have to. They can peacefully coexist. So, but I think part of why we see some of the challenges that we see is because efficiency usually marginalizes people in marginalized communities. And then when they can't behave in ways that a system requires them to, because they don't have the resources, they are then blamed for their outcomes. And so I love that we are making visible a lot of these structures that are typically invisible, and people who are marginalized are not able to understand systemically why they can't get out of the situation that they're in. So
I'd like
definitely
to add
appreciate
something else to that.
Mhm.
As far as green spaces, when we're thinking about revitalizing green spaces and building public areas, plazas, mainly in Manhattan,
Mhm.
and just public infrastructures, get rid of the hostile architecture
Mhm.
that exists,
Yes.
because you're actually adding, that is a physical thing that you can touch, that is systemic violence towards those who are unhoused, or towards, even myself, I travel through Grand Central a lot, and there's only a train every hour, and I usually get there like 5 minutes after that train leaves. I cannot sit down anywhere. I have to go up to One Vanderbilt or over to Pershing Square and sit, because the homeless take over. And I'm like, one way to solve homelessness, I mean, pushing people out of a place to sit is not going to solve homelessness.
Right.
It's just adding to the issue. And also the only solution to homelessness that works is housing.
Right, well, yeah.
It's in the word, home. So hostile, my blood boils when I see a new park and it has those little bumps or seats that are like this small or just, and it's not even that, it's like build, like when they revitalized Morris Park, which is like a block from me in the Bronx, they added a fitness center. And I was like, the first thing that said, finally, someone is not creating green space out of fear. Because the first thing I'm thinking of, oh, people are gonna fall off, break their ankle. To what I know, no one has gotten hurt on it, but it offers an opportunity for people, I haven't taken advantage of it, to work out, that there is no gym around us,
Right.
no public or private gym to get to. So that offers my community a place to work out.
Let's hear from you, Fatu.
So the question was,
How is impact measured?
well, it's measured in so many ways, but speaking on how it's being measured currently in Staten Island. Is through the successful meetings we're having, right? How fast are we to react to situations? So take, for example, our current situation with the asylum seekers, right? So one of the things that Staten Island did was we immediately collaborated as stakeholders, and we're having meetings to see how we can address the issue with the few assembly seekers that were brought into Staten Island a few weeks ago, right? So one of the way we're measuring it is seeing the responses from the community, those that are given all sorts of donation. I mean, Project Hospitality is doing a great job, the Staten Island Librarian community, and all sorts of, communities coming together and having meaningful meetings. To me, that's how we measured our success and our impact. Again, I'm a grassroots person, and how are we seeing those changes in the lives of our community, in the lives of those that are migrating? I'm a migrant myself from Liberia, right? So how was I accepted? And I've been here over 30 plus years. Now I can give back to those. So I understand, what those asylum seekers are going through, and making sure that my community is being very involved and seeing their responses. That tells me that there's a success in itself, and we measure it that based on timing responses.
That's awesome. And by the way, you and Kelly should probably hook up because you're both Staten Islanders.
Oh, yeah, we know that.
Definitely.
We know that.
I thought you guys knew each other.
We know a lot of the same.
Yeah.
We know a lot
Our
of the
staff.
same people.
Yes.
Yes, so I always
Yeah,
thought
very
everyone
close
knew
to
everyone out there.
We're not that small.
But we're close knit.
Yes, we are
Yes.
close knit, very family.
Right, so we actually have a question from someone in the audience, and that question is, what can be done for deadbeat landlords? For example, a new fridge delivered, but it's still sitting in the hallway and not installed. So open to anyone on the panel that wants to
Report.
Are we looking at landlord on the private sector, or is it landlord on a subsidized housing private? Okay, well, if it is private, I say call 311, right? If it is subsidized, call 311 as well. And like I said, I know a good entity that's doing great work, Citizen Action. Actually, they're going to be in Staten Island today, right, on the Park Hill area. And they have no problem knocking your tenant association door or your renting office door to be that voice and make sure that those issues are being addressed.
And if you can't get an answer out of 311, call your council member.
Yes.
Yep.
I have learned over the years that as long as I do my due diligence reporting to HPD or helping people report to NYCHA, or HPD is really useful as well, even if it's private, because they still have regulations. There's still tenant law that requires a lot, But do your due diligence, report 311 HPD. If you don't hear anything or any action within a week, call your council member.
Yes,
Um,
they're there for you.
That's your connection to any agency. They can troubleshoot for you. So.
And one of the things we try to do here at Citizens through our live platforms is to bring people closer to their elected officials, right? A lot of people think that the elected is, up here and they are down here and they can have no engagement with the elected. And we definitely believe in dispelling that, right? The elected is accountable to you, the citizen. And a lot of times the electeds are looking for ways to engage with community because in reality, they understand that it is community that that carries out the work that is being done. Much of what the legislators are legislating is implemented by folks at the grassroots level.
And I just wanted to add, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Hello?
Sounds like we lost signal.
All right.
So I just wanted to add, Dr. Leslie. So for us, the Staten Island Librarian community, we are privileged to have one of us who recently just won the seat as a female committee member. So most time when these issues come up, I'm quick to call and say, what are you guys doing, right? So that's an awesome resource that we have as well. And I just want to add that. So we do make sure that these folks are hearing the needs and hearing the concerns of the citizens.
And I would also just add to that too, that those are all points I completely agree with. And on top of that, as a city, we've got to be doing a lot more to support tenant organizing, legal services, to hold bad landlords accountable. Talking about unenforced laws, there are many housing laws in the book that make a lot of what the tactics landlords do blatantly illegal, but the agencies don't enforce them. Buildings are full of housing code violations, yet HP doesn't collect a dime on those violations. And so, it's what the biggest, most effective tool on a lot of these issues is tenant organizing, right? Like if there's something happening to you in your apartment, the chances of it's happening to a neighbor and another neighbor are great. And so I think, and having legal services programs that represent tenants, low-income tenants, for free to not just defend against evictions, but also like there's a program called the Anti-Harassment Tenant Protection Program that needs to be expanded and continued, that also represent tenants and tenant associations and going after bad landlords is something that we have to keep investing in, because that's ultimately the way, both in the courts, but especially through organizing to hold landlords accountable.
For sure. All right, so let me just get a time check here. Okay, I think we're doing good. So here's the next question for the panel. All right. What measurable impact have you or your organization had relative to the housing and the physical environment? So I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to start with all right, yeah, spin the wheel. I'm going to start with Kelly.
We've had some interesting things that we've done on Staten Island. Staten Island, I know people call Staten Island a forgotten borough, but we have a goal of making it unforgettable. We really think that it should be unforgettable. And that's the way in which we're going to create change. Unlike the other boroughs, not that I want to play, oppression Olympics here, but unlike the other boroughs, when you show up at an elected official's office, generally generally in New York City, as a community activist, your beliefs are kind of aligned with whoever the elected official. That's not the case in Staten Island. We can talk about environmental justice and climate change and the need for green space and be before the majority of elected officials on Staten Island and not have any kind of alignment. So that requires us to do things that are very different. And so that's what we've done. We had organized one of the many things that we've done is organize young people. You know, I'm a believer that if you're going to have change in a community, young people have got to be at the forefront. And that's also a signal as to whether you're growing or dying because you need to have young voices in the mix when it comes to community activism. So one of the things we did, we are located right on the very block where Eric Garner was killed. So there's a lot of social justice issues around us. And there's a park that is drug ridden and has, you know, very negative. Not a lot of people, not a lot of families use this park, and it has very negative reputation. So what we did was organize young people, and our goal was simple, was let's get children and families into the park. Let's do things that bring them. And so what we did was every weekend we had, for every single weekend in the summer, we had positive activities, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday, we had concerts, we had art things, we had little sports events. And by the end of the summer, young people and families were back in the park. And we were also able to get a report from NYPD that the actual crime rate went down during that time. So we were very excited about it, but we had to do things that were going to shock the electeds, shock the community into realizing that this is real. And the last thing I will say about that is, you know, when we take a look at measurement, we were talking about measurement of impact, we have to look at the little things, not just the big stuff. One of the things that Staten Island suffers from is being called the borough of the greenest borough. We're the greenest borough, but it got a lot of bald patches. All right. And those bald patches happen to be where brown and Black people live. And so we have to think about that when we take a look at measuring success. We've got to look at the smaller picture to get the real story.
Wow, that's amazing. And I actually love, so I'm collecting phrases that people say, and I love this, youth as a bellwether to measure impact.
Yes.
Right, so if there's no youth involved, then it's just drying up and dying.
Yep.
That's amazing, love that. So who goes next?
So looking at the physical environment in Staten Island, one of the things that we are doing, so the Staten Island Liberian community has all of these sub-social groups, right? That are formed for different reasons. And one of the ways we're looking at the physical environment is cleaning parking, right? Where we have people out there cleaning the streets and so forth through these committees, groups, as they call themselves. And then we're also looking at from the safety aspect. So if you just look at parking and Stapleton, just within the 2 years, there's been over 5 deaths from gun violence. So what we did was, of course, we're building now more of a alliance with the police director. And now you see more of a police presence on Park Hill, and the police are not viewed as intimidation, but more as I'm here to make sure the environment is safe, and let's create those friendly alliances. So that's some ways that we're looking at the green space, is just looking at the environment as a safe haven for our children. They go to the park, you know, and as we have read, these guns violence are happening not at night. They're happening when kids are out coming from school at the park and so forth. So that's how we, as a community, are dealing with those issues and measuring. Again, as Kelly stated, measuring the little steps. I always believe in taking things at a pace, little at a time. Have a timeline, and just gradually work towards that. And that's what we're doing. And that's how we measure our success.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I want to just echo the youth as a bellwether because I was a youth in the 90s.
You still young.
I don't feel it. And we started the foundation as young people, LGBT queer people, to get marriage equality. We were at the forefront of that. We started with the hate crime spills. So, and look where we are now from the late 70s, 80s, and 90s with that. And youth are very important. My organization, Help NYC, for housing in particular, is working with Neighbors Together in Brooklyn we created the Housing Voucher Initiative, which is supporting everything around vouchers, mainly education and information. We aggregate a lot of information from agencies, advocates, activists, and we're trying to put that in plain language so people can understand it and self-advocate for themselves. Neighbors Together, their part in it is to educate landlords and real estate professionals about income discrimination is illegal. If a person has a voucher, you cannot deny them on income, period. And we're on the Help NYC side, we're working on a citywide directory of realtors and real estate professionals and landlords that have experience accepting vouchers. And we're hoping to grow that throughout the thing. We're in the verification process. We have a very rigorous verification process, so we're going to get it done, but it takes some time. And also being in the room with HRA, with the borough presidents, with the agencies, and building those relationships. Because what I have found is we can have the most impact if we build relationship with the staff, with the commissioners, because they're there past the electeds. That staff, if you have an in with the staff, you can get information as long as you respect it. And I hold them accountable. I push up against HRA and DSS and DHS and CCRB a lot, but I respect. I acknowledge that their hands are tied and there's things doing. And also just educating people about discrimination in general, about landlord harassment, the housing court system, the income discrimination, getting people connected to the resources. Like a lot of things that we hear about is that landlords, I think, mean good, but they don't understand the voucher system, so they say no. Because the city hasn't educated them well enough. So what we do is that we connect them to an organization called Unlock NYC that helps the person that has the voucher report to CCRB. And I think things are changing in the city because recently HRA moved their housing lawyers unit to CCRB. They eliminated it. But the city needs to fund CCRB, because they have the positions there to do this work, but they're not funding the people to do the work, to fight this discrimination, which is challenging at times. And just to measure impact, I sit in on these housing calls and with community boards, and the number one question is how is supported housing, or how do you measure the success of supported housing or subsidized housing? Or low-income housing? How do you measure that success? And no one has ever said this. I'm like, how many people maintain their lease? How many people are housed? Out of that 110 unit building that you're building, how many people have stayed in that building? My building's 102, and I've been in my building for 12 years. I came from the streets into this building. I think that's a metric you could count. How many people are renewing their leases? How many, like, and I'm just blown away because people want numbers. I think no one has, I don't think there's ever going to be a straightforward solution to housing in the city.
Right.
But it will be a complex issue that gets easier with funding. Throw the money at it, monitor the money, find out what works, and go with it. We are the city that founded the Housing First model. In the 80s, Community Access started the Housing First model, HUD studied it, and then the city scrapped it. But now Salt Lake City, LA, Chicago, Detroit, they all use the Housing First model in addressing homelessness in the city, in their cities, and it works. So why are we having such a hard time going back to a model that we use and it increased the success of those who are formerly homeless or unhoused to stay in housing? Why can't we go back to that?
For sure. So I
I'm
think
very
we're.
passionate about it.
But it's definitely coming through, so thank you. But I think we're at time, and I just want to say thank you to my wonderful panelists for finding it not robbery to come out to share your time, talent, and treasure, and to all of you who are joining us via YouTube watching. Hopefully you are being filled and being poured into and grabbing something from these wonderful panels that we are having. Our next panel up will be at 11:30, and it will be the physical and mental health panel. So please take this moment to grab a little snack, grab something to refresh yourselves, and don't go too far away, and come back and be with us at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dessa, you've been listening in?
I'm so concerned about accidentally being heard. So I'm like always on mute. Yes, I have been listening in. It's
We're live. Sorry, guys. We're live on.
And
I
there we
think
go.
everyone can hear you.
All right. Connect again in 8 minutes. Looking forward to it.
hi everyone.
Bye.
but don't speak yet.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from your break. And guess who it is? It's everybody's favorite moderator, Dr. Leslie Branch here. And we are resuming our panels, and we are now talking about physical and mental health. And this panel is going to be a discussion on physical and mental health and their role in public safety. And the panelists will address the increased physical and mental health challenges and the uptick in public safety and the challenges that are posed there, and how physical and mental health have exacerbated public safety issues. And we're going to hear from the panelists what they and their organizations are doing to address physical and mental health, and strategies and some possible solutions to improve public safety. And so joining us today on our panel, we have Carlos Martinez, and he is the director of New York City Parks Green Thumb. We have Rena Valentine, TV host, actor and founder / CEO, La Reina del Barrio. And we have Desi K. Robinson, who is wears many hats. Among one of them is a professor of community health education. And we have Darren Block, who is the founder and CEO of Greenwich House. All right, so we're going to get this panel started. And the first question that I have is, what does impact mean to you? And I'm going to start with Carlos with that question first. So Carlos, what does impact mean to you?
Thank you for having me today. Green Thumb is the community gardening program of the New York City Parks Department, and we support and sustain over 550 community gardens across the city. This collaboration with community groups is very unique. It's between the government and community groups to care for public spaces. These are very unique spaces cared by volunteers. And the impact is created through our partnership with these community groups. We have different models, 554 different models. Every group has a way of running these spaces. And impact is very important. So in our collaboration, we work with different generations. We work with senior citizens, with youth, and these spaces are run by volunteers, like I said. So it's important to foster those relationships and create an impact at the local level. While our program is citywide, the collaboration is localized. Community gardens offer many benefits: economic benefits, environmental and social benefits. It has been a study that community gardens offer a space for a safe haven for many communities, reduces crime, make our communities or neighborhoods safer. There are more eyes in the community, and these oases are spaces for everyone to build community.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Rena. How would what does impact mean to you?
My response is very succinct. For me, impact is basically, I guess, based on whatever mission or message is effective and provides a sense of consideration. And I'll elaborate further, representing what it is that I do. But I feel that the word impact, it has a duality. And if I wanted to soften it up, I would say it's the choice of influence that one chooses to just retain and build from.
I like that. That's amazing. And it speaks to the agency that a person has around the influence, because all of us have that as a gift, and it's how we choose to use it. Going to move to Darren. what does impact mean to you?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Branch. And I'll also just note for clarification, I'm the CEO, but I'm not the founder of Greenwich House. We're a 120-year-old community serving organization.
You look
So
good for.
I appreciate it, exactly. So I'm doing all right for that. But you know, it's been interesting listening to your prior panelists sort of talk about how we're all defining impact in sort of creative ways and different ways to sort of fit in there and fill it out. I mean, for me, I was thinking about how, you know, it's, you know, what impact looks like to me is changing a trajectory on some set of present or impending events and situations. And sometimes that can be negative or positive, but it's, you know, how a person or a group is imposing its will on something that is in front of us or that we know is there, and how we're helping change that course in some manner. And I'll just say, just by way of introduction to Greenwich House, you know, we're a multi-service, multi-purpose community building organization that tries to create positive impact in health and mental health spaces by creating youth arts and education spaces, by expanding on workforce supports and elements. And all of that is trying to look at both the individual and a broader community, and figuring out ways in big and small that we can create some sphere of influence and positive trajectory change for individuals.
So thank you for that. And when you were speaking, what came to mind is, you know, changing trajectory and the moral arc, right? So that just, I love the thoughts that are popping.
And Dr. Branch, that I often come back to thinking about that moral arc, especially when we're dealing with so much just drama and trauma on individuals and neighbors and groups of individuals, that sometimes that adage is what kind of keeps me focused and feeling like we're marching on the right path.
For sure. To Desi, tell us what impact means to you.
Hey, Dr. Branch, it's great to be here, and I'm so honored to be here with my fellow panelists. I think that you know, my communication background, I think of impact as a verb as well as a noun. And so in a very simple terms, in terms of what we're talking about today, I think impact is what is considered measurable change. And so that, of course, is relative to, you know, what side of the aisle you sit on, what part of the neighborhood you live in. And so impact in terms of the positive sense is really just sort of a perception and a feeling and a real experiencing of a change, a shift in a paradigm that a wide number of people, most importantly, the most marginalized people, can feel and can see. And that's, you know, again, it's large and it's small. Do we want to see wide, you know, sweeping impact that creates that sort of moral and ethical shift? Surely. But, you know, if I had to think about sort of a smaller example, I think about, I used to live in Ecuador, and I was there doing all kinds of things. And one of them was teaching literacy and also teaching English. And I worked with a group of kids. They were called chicos en la calle. They called them street kids. And they were kids that were probably the poorest in their community. And they would come in, they want to touch, they want to feel. I'm like, you got to wash your hands. And so that became my thing. You got to wash your hands, you got to wash your hands. And as much impact as I was trying to make within the community to try to create equity and literacy, by the time I was leaving, the newer volunteers who came in, when I came in to say goodbye, they said, oh, you're Desi, because every time I come in, they're like, lávame. They want to, you know, they want to wash their hands. And so when I think about the, you know, the real impact I wanted to make in that community, I realized that this simple act of them washing their hands and being clean and having that kind of integrity with their body was the greatest impact that I could make, washing hands.
That is absolutely amazing. And the smallest, even the smallest tweak can have major impact and major implications. And you know, that theme just resonates with me because it's really what we do here at Citizens Committee, right? We make grants. They're not monumental, but even the small grant can have a huge impact. So thank you for framing that way. I absolutely love that. So question number 2 for the panelists. So how is impact achieved? And I'm going to switch up the order, and I'm going to start with Rena. How is impact achieved?
So I just love what Desi just shared, because that's exactly how I perceived how impact is achieved. It's through consistency, tenacity, and community more than anything, because it requires a sense of awareness, of self-awareness, I should say. And that can only be implemented if it's practiced on a regular basis. And, you know, and so then it becomes habitual, second nature. You know, it doesn't even need to be thought of. And then there's the awareness of the impact that is being implemented, right? So it's like there's the ones that are actually presenting a new possibility, and then there's those who are open or not to at least absorbing whatever is being taught. And the only way you can truly have that impact is to have it consistently practiced and or become part of a way of being.
So I love that, impact as practice. That's got to be a panel maybe or something, or impact as praxis as well. So I'm gonna switch over to Carlos with regard to how is impact achieved?
Impact is achieved in our program with community gardens is through a very innovative collaborative model where the city works hand in hand with community groups across the city to care and steward a public space. Our role is to be a facilitator of that change, trying to impact whatever is the need at the local level. So we provide free access to land, free access to resources, to tools, seeds, plants. So we want to amplify their efforts through our partnership. So is finding ways to amplify and create change through our model and providing the resources that they need to create change. Some gardens are dedicated to food production, and they serve a critical need in the neighborhood,
right,
to feed their families and even feed their local communities. Other gardens serve as spaces for relaxation and meditation, and some spaces are for cultural expression. And some gardens is a mix of different uses. So these spaces offer multiple opportunities for communities to work together and create community.
You know, and in what you were articulating, what just popped into my mind, there's this economic concept of absolute versus comparative advantage. And just what that in a nutshell means is doing what you're good at, right? And leaving other things to other people who are good at doing those, right? So I definitely appreciate that. I'm gonna hop to Darren with regard to how is impact achieved?
Yeah, essentially, I mean, hearing Rena and Carlos talk about this, what jumps to mind to me, it tends to be concepts like collective action. And the idea of how frequently we think about collective action. I'm not sure if I've seen one or many like sort of stubborn, persistent, sort of large problems solved by anything but collective action. You frequently can't see an individual solve it. But the other point which sticks with me is in all those examples, and in Desi's example, collective action is only possible if we can motivate and activate individuals towards that. And so even while I talk about how frequently impact is achieved with collective action, I don't, there's both the, needing to activate an individual, and there's the idea of how often we all have examples of just one person making a impact in someone's life, and whether this is the concept of one caring adult in a youth's life or otherwise. And so I don't want to, as much as I think the idea of collective action is attractive to me, and I think moves us towards real scalable action, I don't want to lose focus on the impact that an individual can have in achieving some of our goals.
So, and to your point, Darren, when I think about it, an apple tree probably can grow from one seed, but it produces a bunch of apples. So just takes one. Desi, talk to us about how impact is achieved.
Well, Dr. Branch, if I knew that, I'd
I know.
and I'd be a wealthy woman, right? It's important, and I think it depends on, what area we're really trying to achieve impact. And so I would say, as a person who teaches community health and works within the community to sort of address the needs that are kind of lost in the larger health and public health system, and particularly the work I'm doing now around being a doula, particularly to address the issues of Black maternal health, I do think it's important that communities are mobilized. It often is, someone who has been impacted. And so it's such a sort of emotionally tedious process, because it is the people who are the most impacted who do the most heavy lifting, because we sort of intimately understand how we have been impacted by those cracks in the system, by the neglect of larger structures. And so the burden is really heavy, because we have to not only experience and live the impact of the harm, but we also have to be the arbiters of the model of change. We also have to be the implementers of the change. And so I would say where we can achieve the most impact is if we take the work that mostly Black, brown, marginalized, queer, people with disabilities, most of the people who are living on the margins, take that work and take that emotional labor that we have been advancing, and really take that to privileged people and people who have the most power to make those changes. And so I would say, if I think about sort of the Black maternal health crisis, where Black women nationally are 3 times more likely to die than white women, if you drill it down and if you look in the New York community, depending on what neighborhood you live in, that could be anywhere from 5 to 12 times more likely that a Black non-Hispanic woman will die within a year of giving birth. That can be changed and impacted by people like Latham Thomas, working with Lisa Price of Carol's Daughter, putting $250,000 into making sure that doulas are paid to work with specifically Black and brown women. That means it's filtering it up to legislative policy that is going to hopefully be enacted, but also really, really, like, laws are great, but if they're not being held, and if no one is holding, legislators accountable for doing it, but we have a momnibus bill. So that has gone through Congress all the way up to our Vice President, Kamala Harris, who has been very vocal about advancing the Black maternal health mission and also keeping Black women alive. So I think that is really how impact works. It takes that sort of grassroots effort, and it has to be charged, and it has to be illuminated by people with privilege and power. That is how change happens, with people who have power, with money, with privilege, people who have a large platform, people who have a megaphone, who can amplify the mission and the words of people who are on the ground. To me, that's really where impact can have the most change, because we're doing it on a grass level root basis. We know what we're doing. We know who the leaders are in our community. We know how hard they work, but that has to be amplified by dollars and the amplification of the voice in power structures and in policy.
So hashtag allyship as impact. Somebody tweet that out.
Ally and an accomplice, as Tamika Mallory would say.
Yes, yes. A co-conspirator even.
Yes.
Right?
The accomplices.
Yeah, all of that. All right. So this is amazing. This is amazing. So here's the third question for the panel, right? And you know, have been asking each of these in all of the panels, but you know, I'm really interested in hearing this in the context of physical and mental health. So how is impact measured, right, in the context of physical and mental health? And I'm going to start with Desi. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Start with Desi.
Well, on a very, very simple level, I would say if you're looking at a community health perspective, you know, it's numbers. It is seeing a difference in how many people are getting care, how many people are doing what, going to the doctor, how many people are reducing smoking, how many people are actually getting gynecological exams, pap smears. Like that's something where we can actually look at numbers and see the impact. Black women living. We want to see the numbers of Black women dying as a result of having children reducing and eradicating. So measuring that impact is very simple in those terms. Now, if you sort of get deeper into the layers of it, sometimes impact is seeing that things are not happening. So how do you measure something that isn't happening? How do I measure that, you know, accompanying a birthing person and advocating with them and helping them amplify their own voice in a situation where a doctor may not be listening to the fact that she has pain and saying, you know, did you hear what he said? Do you need to ask another question? You know, and having them be empowered in that way. How do I measure the fact that she did not get neglected? I think that's a difficult thing to measure because you can't measure a negative, a thing that didn't happen. But like increasing education amongst our communities about advocacy for ourselves within the health space, making sure that we can see and feel on a grassroots level that we have resources, that we don't feel stuck. We don't feel that there is no recourse for the things that happen to us. Those things are very difficult to measure, but I would say just on a very basic level, measuring impact means seeing more people having more access to health and wellness and housing. You know, we talked a lot about public safety, and immediately because people feel fearful, they want to see more police, but police don't solve crime. They are there to address crime when it happens. If we want to reduce crime and increase safety, we have to give people the things that they need to live well. And so that is a measure, that is how we can see measurable impact. When people have fair housing that they can afford, that will house all of the people in their families, when they have access to good, clean, slow, healthy food, when they can have a baby and not worry if they're going to die as a result of that, when they can send their child to school and know that they're going to get an education that is comprehensive, that is going to address the different ways in which their children learn, and that they're going to be safe, and that we're not going to squabble about whether or not they get free breakfast or free lunch, that we just make sure that kids have the things that they need. When we have youth who have programs, training, access to education that is fair, that is affordable, higher education, these are not things that are, you know, coming out of some special, you know, little secret space. These are all things that we know and we understand. So if we want to measure impact, we want to see people living better lives, and then we can see the outcome on the other side with numbers of safety.
For sure. Want to hop to Darren for this question. How is impact measured? And then we're going to go to Rena and then Carlos.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jumping off of some of Desi's observations. The thing that concerns me a little bit when we talk about measuring impact is, on one hand, we all see the value in measuring the outputs and outcomes of the things we're doing. Our funders and our own teams care about that. You want to see right direction, wrong direction, and measuring anything we do brings that value. But Desi and a few folks, we've talked in similar terms. There's a tension between being able to see something and being able to feel something. And we can measure the first one. We can measure what we see. We can measure what we're doing. It's harder to measure a feeling. I think frequently we'll have an intervention or a prevention that feels like we're doing good, but it's hard to show that. It's hard to demonstrate that in any tangible way. And then the second thing, when we're talking about community health and mental health and some of this, it's I think often about how hard it is to really track the trajectory of some positive action that's happened, because whether it's, to Desi's point, that it's hard to demonstrate something that was prevented from happening, so that's one, or two, the value or the benefit of that intervention is years down the road. And so really, what can we do to track that and measure it in any way? So that's something that I think we need to be very mindful of in this. The third thing I think about frequently, and it goes again to this point that we often use about, we measure what we care about and we care about what we measure, is how frequently we cling to the easy things to measure and capture and not understand a couple of things, which is some of the things that might be harder to measure, but also what are the unintended consequences of some action that we're not also capturing. I don't know that there's a better example than stop and frisk, where we could look all day long about the stops that were happening, and nobody early on was at least understanding and talking about in a profound way, like the terrifying, troubling, corrosive consequences of that policy. And so again, harder to directly measure what that feeling and that sense of oppression and that perpetuating a white supremacist state was doing to Black and brown communities and Black and brown young men. And like, that's, again, how do you measure that? It's a feeling, it's a thought, it manifests, and that's real, but how do we capture that? So when I think about measuring impact, those are the concerns I have. Now, what we choose, how do we choose to navigate through that? I think every given situation has to measure, but those are the three things that stand out to me that we need to be mindful of, at least.
Rena?
Wow, that was a lot. And it's wonderful because you made it easy for me, right? Because I'm sitting here and I'm listening and I'm going, wow, well, I interpreted these questions and my responses that I drafted up are philosophical, right? Because I also feel that it really comes from the intention and the feelings that we are both receiving and also creating, right? And so I'm in the field of media, and so I would say, like, based on being in the business of people, right? Because I'm in the business of people, it would be measured through the behavior passed on in environments from generation to generation. It could be belief systems, mindset, cultural values. But if I had to pinpoint the measurements, I would say it would come through influential abilities. And like health, wealth, and happiness, they differentiate depending on the individual, right? And so being in the field of media, for me, as far as measuring it would be through numbers. It would be through viewership. It would be through the amount of people that I've impacted, because I've been doing what I do for 16 years. I am a television personality and I have been serving my community. And I am particularly very popular within the Latino community, right? And so from that perspective, it's a question of us even having more visibility, because I'm coming from this place of being in a field that we have disparities. There's a lot, I'm actually doing a diversity, equity, and inclusion panel in a couple of weeks that I'm moderating based on the impact that it has internally of us having to also have our voices heard without it being in the forefront. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind closed doors. And so I guess what I'm alluding to is that it has a ripple effect. It has a ripple effect. And so for me, the measurement, I would say, truly would come from the individual's mindfulness and, in way of being, their mindful approach. And that's something that is communicated. And it's something that I think we need to pay closer attention to.
Rena, coming off screen, like the voice of God. Can you talk about mindfulness? Because I know you're really into it, and I want you to explicitly say about mindfulness and its impacts on people's health and their outlook on the world.
This from God.
So, as I mentioned, I've been on air for 16 years now, and I've had the distinct privilege of being very influential in the content. And so not only am I a host, I'm the creative producer as well. And I do work for BronxNet Television. And what they've allowed me is this ability to highlight this way of being in my interviews, in the subject matter, and through mindfulness, there's this heightened consciousness in the conversations that are being held that are not necessarily looking at anything as black, white, purple. We're not even looking in those perspectives. And that's not to say that they don't exist, because I hold space for essential workers primarily, because I think we need more platforms to be seen, to be heard, to be understood. And but by the same token, I don't feel that that competitive energy is really going to get us what we want. And so if we approach just every situation with this level of appreciation and gratitude and just being mindful of the way you speak, the way you even drink water. I mean, I'll just use water as a simple example. I mean, you could drink water for the sake of drinking water, or you can bless that water in the process of drinking it. And when you do so, it has a different flavor.
Interesting. So I definitely appreciate that. We're going to pivot a little bit. We have, I'm told we have, No. We have in 10 minutes. All right. So what I want to get Carlos in here, but to the point that everybody is making about impact, right? That we are having conversations and not getting shot down about mental health, about Black maternal fetal mortality, about the wealth gap, about housing disparities, demonstrates that, these little individual and collective steps that we are taking as individuals and communities are having an impact, right? So I like to think of this as an Overton moment, right? Where things that you would have been looked at sideways for even raising in the political sphere and could have meant your political death, so to speak, are now really under consideration. And I think because of the concept of interest convergence, right? People who look like us aren't the only ones who are having these challenges. And folks now, to my mind at least, feel okay with voicing this, because to ignore it is having a huge and detrimental impact. And so we understand that ignoring problems don't go away, doesn't make them go away. It just, in fact, makes them balloon. And so, Carlos, talk to us about how impact is measured.
Yes, in Green Thumb, we believe in the power of data, and we collect a lot of data. These quantitative information help us to make the right decisions to serve our 20,000 volunteer gardeners across the city, help us address equity issues, trying to identify where we need to provide more resources, where we need to support our gardeners, especially in neighborhoods of Black and Brown communities and how we can support them the right way based on this site visit that we do every single year. So we have touch points to understand how, or to understand the state of the gardens, right? However, we also collect through our experiences qualitative information, and that's the difficult part for us to track. So we rely on our team to understand what are the impacts of our community gardens, about why the production of food is important, why these spaces are important to protect, why the public spaces are important for not only for our gardeners, but also for all New Yorkers. So we have, for example, we have worked with artists through oral history, and we understand the value and power of oral history to capture qualitative information about the impact of our community gardens. So that's one example of how we can track that, but generally speaking, it's difficult, it's challenging, but I think we rely on cultural producers, we rely on researchers, on academics to help us track or understand the qualitative information that live in community gardens.
That's awesome. And you know, I love being part of these panels because the ideas that they are sparking in my head are, to my mind at least, amazing. And so you said a phrase, state of the gardens, right? And so what that sparked for me, you know how we have the State of the Union, state of the city, the state of the state. I think we should have a program or a town hall on the state of the gardens, because place is so important. You know, you don't have community without place. You don't have community without individuals. And if place isn't healthy, right? Place being healthy, not just individual, but environment being healthy. We will have a hard time, to my mind, getting to physical and mental health. So yeah, there should really, I think, to my mind, be a state of the gardens where you in your director role should be addressing the city about the state of the gardens, or if not you, then maybe a commissioner or somebody. I'm just saying, and maybe we could have it on Rena's show. I'm just saying.
I'm glad you mentioned that. We're starting to test that idea of state of the gardens.
Oh, look at that.
So happy to open the floor for more New Yorkers to join that space. It's mostly right now gardeners, but I think opening the space for other New Yorkers to learn about the state of the gardens, it's a good idea.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, Rena.
Can I just add one more thing to it though? Would you consider using metaphorically too? Would you consider using state of the gardens metaphorically? Because the first thing that popped in my head was A Man Thinketh. I don't know if you've read the book by James Allen, A Man Thinketh, but it truly talks about the gardens in our mind.
You know, and to just and I'll go one more than that. Life started in a garden. If you subscribe to certain narratives about the creation story, right? So gardens are very important to community, for sure. For sure. All right. So final question that I have for the panelists, and I'm just loving being in community with you all. So what measurable impact have you or your organizations had relative to, excuse me, physical and mental health? So I'm gonna lead off with Darren.
Yeah, and Dr. Branch, your observations literally went to what I think about about organizations like us, and really a lot of the groups here are doing, and that is the value of creating community and the importance of space and place to foster that and to build that. It's not a new concept. Folks have been talking about it for the last couple of decades, about how this degradation of spaces for people to convene with those who are like-minded, and more importantly for those who aren't like-minded, but that's how powerful those social connections are physical health and mental health. And so I think a lot about groups like Greenwich House and, you know, the hundreds of community building organizations that are literally creating spaces and places for youth, adults, older adults to convene around issues of care, whether that's sport, whether that's enrichment and arts and music, and or whether that's learning, lifelong learning, and all this. So for starters, I'd say just the sheer value of investing in and supporting places and spaces that bring us together are some of the most important things we can do to preserve public safety and just general health and wellness on an individual level and a community level. But then there's also some steps that we've tried to take in a much more tangible way around some of the recent challenges, whether it's opioid and drug use and misuse, whether it's around homelessness and the intersection of homelessness and mental health and housing instability. And that's at least in our area in kind of downtown Manhattan, West Village. We started, with the help of some of our local elected officials, a social service working group that looked at the Washington Square Park area, for instance, and brought together 12 different social service organizations to understand what we were doing for outreach in terms of support, care on a whole host of levels, health and mental health, and taking it from an individualistic perspective of how do you build trust and how can you start to serve that individual. It's interesting, the tension frequently that comes up around mental health and safety. I don't want to leave this panel without just observing that it is far more likely for someone with a mental illness or serious mental illness to be the victim of a crime than the perpetrator of a crime. So let's also just be clear about that. But the ability to sort of bring collective action into these spaces that we know are creating, you know, something of a hot zone of folks in need, and how we are creating some sort of social care on that. The last thing I'll just say, and it came, DA Bragg mentioned it, Desi mentioned this, but the idea, and to your point about an Overton window, the idea that police respond to crime, they rarely prevent crime. What and who prevents crime? The investment in organizations that you have here and that you and Citizens Committee does invest in. Teachers prevent crime, coaches prevent crime. These are the people who invest in all of us early on. And even if the idea of defund or a reallocation of police funds was pushed back over the last couple of years, I do think that is where we are headed, because I do think there's now a collective understanding of what public safety looks like, and it doesn't look like a bunch of folks walking around with guns and weapons. It looks like people who are walking around engaging our neighbors, our youth, and everyone else in need there. So that's a little bit for me. All
right, so I'm going to pivot now, and I'm going to welcome Councilmember Gail Brewer to the panel. Councilmember, thanks for joining us.
Who, incidentally, by the way, was one of the catalysts to help that social service working group in Washington Square Park, oddly enough.
I was laughing, Darren, because congratulations on keeping it going. But while you were talking, I was like, who the hell started that damn thing? So I just want to let you know. But congratulations on continuing it. So I don't have any expertise. I do 100% agree with what Darren and others have said. This is not solvable by police. It's solvable by community. And let me tell you the little bit that I've been doing. I was obviously borough president for 8 years, which is when I was working with the amazing work that Greenwich House does. But generally now, as somebody who, I know I had 12 years in the city council, 8 years as borough president, now I'm back in the city council. With all due respect, I do know what the issues are. One of my friends who's at City Hall the other day said, I didn't know there were so many problems in New York City. I said, well, I can give you the list. It's not challenging. But in terms of two things, I just spent, a Zoom with 8 CEOs, presidents, executive directors of mental health agencies in the city of New York. And as you all know, the first thing they said is they got 40% turnover and the salaries are way too low. And so if we're going to be serious about focusing on these issues, we're sure as Dick Dickens need to make sure that there is support for the staff of those who are working on these issues. And so it's really bad. They don't have the support that they need. So I would say that's number one. The second issue is when the city agencies respond, and we now have lots of folks who are encampment or sleeping or whatever. And of course, on the Upper West Side, people complain about everything, and I deal with them. But even when the city agencies, nonprofits, in this case, Garden Riverside, CUCS, go out and talk to folks, there isn't that support to go somewhere safe. And so some will go and some won't. I'm also working with Norman Siegel every Thursday night. He sends out, because he's friends with the mayor and he's got permission to do this, we go out and I've been working on the Church of Assisi with Mark Greenberg, but others are going elsewhere because we can work with people, say, we have a place for you to go, single room. You don't have to go through the Bellevue Men's Shelter, which nobody should have to do. That's my opinion. But they even when they will go, we take them in the van, they may not have a phone. There's nobody who really knows exactly what happens to their experience. Nobody who checks in with them. That kind of support is not there. And of course, I know you're talking about drug treatment. I'm also talking about those on the street who want to go places and who have the interest of coming in off the street, but the support is not there. Then you have the issue of, the police, the be heard. Is that the right way to respond? I know some people want to have responses be just with the caseworkers. Maybe that worked. I know, for instance, it doesn't work that the caseworkers are only there during the day and not 24 hours. That's another. Same thing with the domestic violence folks with Safe Horizon in the precincts. They're not there 24 hours. So I think my main message, in addition to all the things you're saying, is we don't have the support mechanisms for people who want to be supported, and particularly on the mental health front. They're just not there. And my understanding, you know better than I from talking to the DA's office, and DA Bragg knows better than I, he's trying to address this, but I have 35 foster care kids, so I know some of these challenges that people have. If you're at arraignment and you get out, where are you going to go? Who's there to help? Who's there to support you at 10, 12 o'clock at night? And that's something that the DA is looking at. Again, where's the support for those who need the support? And, these are not easy to solve, but I think I know the problem and I don't think we're actually solving it. Now, of course, there are much more complicated issues. Housing, we could go on and on about that topic, lack of supportive housing. But even when there is a bed at a safe haven or stabilized, it's not necessarily followed up on to be sure that the person has the support that he or she needs. And I won't even talk about, I've been working with the asylum folks like everybody else. That's another whole topic. So I don't know if that helps. I have to say, if I could say what needs to get done, at least from my perspective, yes, it was good to have a little bit of a COLA for the support staff and the nonprofits. It's not enough between the state and the city. And I know we have budget issues coming up, but it seems to me that's where the focus should be if we're going to solve some of these problems. I have just great respect for the nonprofit sector. I think they—
Councilmember Brewer, thank you so much for joining us. This is such a pleasant surprise. Citizens Committee is able to thrive because of champions like you and others on this panel. And it is really humbling that this Impact Summit is becoming what it is. We did this last year, and this is just rather incredible that we're doing it this year. And I just wanted to pop in at this moment just to really give my gratitude as we're near the lunch hour. Thank you for folks that have been with us for so long. It's going to continue. We have additional panels that are coming up that will come right away. We want to make sure that folks, please tell everybody to log in because this is a great wealth of information. And we need to highlight our community leaders and folks that are championing for us because, again, no one's coming from the hills to save us. It is us that are the answer to all that ails us, and that we're going to make sure New York City thrives. So thank everyone so much. And I give it back to Dr. Branch.
All right. So hearty thanks to our panelists on mental health and physical health. Our next panel up is personal safety and stability. And the folks who will be joining us on that panel are Dr. Tyron Pope, Minister Kwame Thompson, Pastor Jay Gooding, and Mr. Sean Jake Jones, excuse me. So thank you again. And if the panelists are ready to rock and roll, let's get moving.
It was a great pleasure. Keep doing the wonderful work you're doing, Dr. Branch.
Thank you so very much.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, you too, Desi.
Well, while we're here, you know what? Let me say good morning, brothers. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Right. If you can hear me.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Pope.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Brother Sean. Good afternoon, Brother Minister Kwame. Pastor Jay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I think they just put in this text that we're still live, that they still live streaming. So.
All right, good afternoon. And guess who it is? It's everybody's favorite moderator, Dr. Leslie Branch. And our next panel up, as I indicated, is stability and personal safety. And our panelists today are Pastor Jay Gooding Sr., who is the Director of Community Outreach for the Bronx SUV, which stands for Stand Up to Violence. We have Dr. Tyron Pope, who is a clinical lecturer of criminal justice at Iona University. We have Minister Kwame Thompson, who is a program manager at Bronx Stand Up to Violence. And we have Mr. Sean Jones, who is a former deputy chief of staff at the New York City Department of Corrections. So thank you to all of you for joining us this afternoon. I appreciate it. And let's get this panel off and running. So the first question to each of you is, what does impact mean to you? And I'm going to start with Sean.
Good morning. Good afternoon, rather. So, impact is a big word. It's a powerful word, and it's a structured word. Impact to me basically means the ability to change and affect the fruits that are being developed around you, not from just a leadership perspective, but just from an economic perspective, a cultural perspective, and also from the perspective of being able to change the minds of individuals, or rather enhance them, I should say, not change, but enhance the minds of individuals so that we all think in a positive manner, so that we can interact in primarily a homeostasis type of environment where we don't always have to all be equal and have the same ideas, but they should work in tandem so that we can get to the agenda that's necessary, that we all see as an agreed upon agenda. So
appreciate that. I'm going to hop to Minister Kwame Thompson. Please tell us what impact means to you.
Praise and good day to everyone. Impact to me is the effect that you have on the people around you, and understanding that impact can be one positive or one negative, but it's the effect that you have on people and the environment around you, how you impact them or how you have that effect on them. So that's what, when I think about impact, I think of the effect that we have on those and the things around us.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to jump to Dr. Pope. Please tell us what impact means to you.
Good afternoon. Impact means to me in the most basic sense, especially when it comes to social impact. It refers to a majority of things, improvements, either to eliminate or at best attempt to alleviate social unfairness and difficulties. For me, being devoted to serving the community in a manner, that is fair, compassionate, respectful, to all individuals. That is what to me constitutes public safety and impact on public safety. But when you're feeling endangered or having to be a victim of a crime or having someone, turn to you as an essential component of public safety, I think it refers to, the reduction of crime and the presence of, positive reinforcements, that can really affect, our community. That's what I believe that impact is.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pope. And Pastor Gooding, the same question for you. What does impact mean to you?
Well, thank you, Dr. Les, for inviting me on this afternoon. I appreciate being here. Since I'm last, I'll just say all of the above. Everybody took my answer.
They took your answer, huh?
Simply put, it means to be an influence. And I think Minister Kwame Thompson said it, whether it's a negative influence or a positive influence, how do we influence people to make a change in their lives and in our communities?
So I appreciate all of you. Thank you. And so my next question for the panel is this, and all of the panelists are special to me, by the way. And again, I just really thank you for answering the call. And there is a special connection to two of the panelists. One, Minister Kwame happens to be my nephew, and the impact that his life is currently having is amazing. And then secondly, Dr. Pope was one of my doctoral students, and it was just amazing to see him go through the program that he went through, and then get his bars, so to speak. And so the impact that you two and all of the panelists are having are amazing. But I just wanted to shout the two of you out. And so now, next question: how is impact achieved? And I am going to start with you, Pastor Gooding, since all of the others stole your answer.
Thank you very much. How is it achieved? I believe I refer to something Dr. Les called ministry of presence. Sometimes I tell folk it's not about what you say, but rather what you do. And I think just being visible, being seen, being active, and being a voice for the voiceless in the community, that's how it's achieved to me, by making a difference, by being there, being a voice again for the voiceless.
Amazing. Thank you. Let's hop to Mr. Jones. How is impact achieved?
So impact is achieved one step at a time, right? One person at a time, one influence at a time, until you get to a point where it becomes magnetized. Currently, looking at the things in the career path that I have had in my over 2 decades in law enforcement, I worked a lot with the adolescents. I've worked, I've ran, obviously, been involved in the corrections department in the city with the large systems, and even having a opportunity to, run a system up in Nassau County as an undersheriff of the county. So I've seen a lot of people come in, and I've seen, the impact happen and not happen. And I think currently in our current state, and I'm going to focus this more so on the younger generation who seem to have a large challenge, and who need to have probably the biggest effect and impact as far as we're concerned, especially with something like this summer today, to make this change. I think that we have to really focus on logistics and the logical thinking of individuals, and the rational behaviors and the rational thought processes of individuals, and why they're making choices and decisions to do things and trade in essence their life for short things, right? I think that whatever's going on in the program in the current state that we exist in this world today, and primarily in New York. I think whatever the influence is, and someone spoke about this earlier in an earlier panel, I think Ms. Valentine did, the influences of the influencers, I should say, are having a bigger impact than a logical thought process and a rational behavior of individuals, right? So when an individual makes a decision to commit a crime, that's a heinous crime, knowing that they're on video, knowing that they're going to be caught in a day or two, but they commit an act that's irreversible, like taking someone's life, and they weigh that against the rest of their life, and they see that as a rational and logistic thought process. I think we all have to sit back and say, okay, there's something seriously wrong with the understanding and the logical decisions that are being made for those youth. When I was in the city, I mean, the biggest incident drivers were the individuals between the age of 16 and 25, right? They were the impact, the impulse individuals who had irrational behaviors. And although there were a lot of programs that are brought into these institutions, I don't necessarily know that the programs are there to really currently restructure the real understanding, the cultural understanding of individuals growing up in this community, juxtaposed to what they see and what they're analyzing that to be. So that's how I think we really affect it, is by having a logistical examination and influence on the thinking and minds of those individuals who we need to the most.
So thank you for that. And that's interesting, the whole concept of rationality, all right? And so what may seem irrational to some might be very rational to others, given the constraints within which people exist, so to speak. I want to pivot to Minister Thompson and ask you, how is impact achieved? You're on mute.
Okay, there we go. I think impact first has to be intentional, right? When we're doing what we're doing, it has to be intentionally done, knowing that what we're doing is going to have an effect, right? So intentionally having the impact that we desire to see, and also being that impact, right? Being the change you want others to see, being the example you want others to be, and having that level of integrity, understanding that you are impacting people that you don't even know, right? People are always watching. So when I start my day out, I started out intentionally saying, listen, I want to impact lives of those that may have seen me on a social media post, I might come in contact with, might hear me, or even hear about me from someone else. So I intentionally set forward to impact people in a positive way, to let them know, like, I come from a dark past, but by the grace of God, I was able to change and navigate through this change and still evolving to be better each and every day. So I believe it has to be intentional. You have to be the change, and it also has to be consistent, right? It has to be something. A lot of our young people, they're not used to people staying there through the ups and downs, through the challenges. A lot of our young people deal with ambivalence, right? They want to do right, but they're indecisive. They want to do this today, then they don't want to do it tomorrow. So being consistent in their lives, being consistently that change and that impact, where they can look at you, a day from now, a week from now, a month, a year from now, and say, hey, I see this, it's something that is real. Having those relationships, being able to build trust through those relationships, I believe is how we build upon that impact and is achieved. It's constant, it doesn't stop. And just being mindful again that people are always watching, people are always listening, people are always asking questions about who you are as an individual. What do you represent? Like, what does your brand stand for? Who are you?
Yeah.
And I think that's how we achieve it. And I want to just add about the young people doing these things online, knowing they're going to get caught. What I realized is that we're dealing with a new drug, right? We used to deal with weed and the different types of drugs, the pills, but this attention thing is a drug. Like, they're high on attention. They're high on getting likes and being liked. That when they're doing these things, they're really in a different mindset, right? It hits them later on because it catches up with them. But I think above all, when we are intentional about this and we're consistent and we're being it, people can feel what's real. They understand that you care, and I think that's how we push it forward.
For sure, and there is a whole science behind a neuroscience, if you will, about addiction and attention and such. Dr. Pope, if you would, how is impact achieved?
Okay, being a retired law enforcement executive, 21 years NYPD, supervisor detective squad in Manhattan North, you know, and being from growing up in the South Bronx, child of the South Bronx, 156 St. Anne's Brook Avenue. We look at the importance of stability and personal safety, and this is what this Impact Summit is geared to focus on. You know, like I tell my criminal justice students, you know, we got to look at things through a pestle sense, a lens.
Yes.
And that's being looking at things political, economical, socioeconomical. Technology is involved in that, the environment where you at, and then we got to take a look at the laws legalistically, you know, where we're at. Because it's important to, you know, implement measures when we try to ensure, you know, public safety. So we want, quote unquote, a normal way to maintain our lives. We know that public safety is a big concern, okay? We gotta look at the rules and regulations. How do we maintain this, okay? What do we do to create and contribute to the conditions of stability within our communities? We have to formulate strategies. We have to find solutions, okay? We have to look to improve. How do we do that? Through a series of checks and balances and openness. You know, we have to be accountable. And like the other panelists said, we have to be present in the moment. And with that presence in the moment, it gears deterrence, okay? And we need a partnership. We need to have partnerships, okay? I understand the climate and the way things are. We want to defund the police. You know, we want to move in a different direction. That's all well and good, all right? But we live in an era where, you know what? They're both needed. We're both needed. We're both needed, okay? In this day and time, we're both needed. Yes, the police have to be accountable, but the community has to be accountable too. And we have to be responsible within that, okay? And we have to be willing to come to the table together, regardless of anything else. And my grandmother always said, African proverb, and this is what, you know what, you want to invoke change? Because all of us here are change agents. You want to invoke change? It starts at the dinner table. It starts within the home. And that's what we have to get back to in order to really combat what's going down here, okay? And that's just my take for now.
So yeah, I remember being younger, because I am still young, even though I have this crown of silver, that, you know, when the lights on the street came on, that was the cue. If I stepped out of line before my mother knew, somebody else pulled my coattail. And we have, as a community, gotten away from accountability. And so my hope is that as a community, we will get back to looking out for one another.
Well,
Because
it truly takes a village.
Yeah.
It truly takes a village. And it has to be all parts. It truly takes a village. Villages cannot, you know, war against each other. We have to learn how to come together for one another. It takes a village.
So you making me want to do my Wakanda forever right now.
You're right.
Dr. Les, can I just add something?
Rise up, the BX, rise up.
All right. Wakanda forever.
Something. I have a mantra here in the Bronx that our elected officials have taken up, and it simply says, we're better together.
Right.
Better together. And it takes the whole community, everybody working together. We're better together.
Yes,
Right.
we have a saying, and because I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, the Bronx Alphas, Rosai Lambda chapter. Shout out to my chapter. We have our motto. You know, we're a small chapter, but we have a big heart. You know, and we're out there in the community every day. You know, you
So
can
I think our CEO is an alpha. He just oh, I'm sorry. He's one of them. He's part of a group, y'all. Okay. All right. But even fraternal organizations.
Yes.
And I don't, you know, my hope is that even fraternal organizations, whether they are Greek lettered organizations, whether they are police, whether they are just community, that is so important, right, to the stability and the safety of community. Because if people don't feel like they belong to anything, they won't support anything. People will support what they help create. And being part of a group, right? And I would go out on a limb as far as to say that when well-intentioned groups do not step up, our children are recruited to gangs. Right? And so if we want to combat that, we need to, as Pastor Gooding said, be practitioners of the ministry of presence.
Yes.
Right? Be practitioners of the ministry of presence. I owe in part who I am to the kindness of strangers, right? Who became family. So the next question is, how would each of you measure impact? And so I'm going to start with Sean first.
Okay.
So how would you measure impact?
So, that's a good question. I mean, the measuring of impact would obviously first, as I said earlier, be described by what's being produced around you. And you just spoke about this, about community, right? About the interactive elements of community. And there's so many things going on in our communities right now. Dr. Pope talked about, the argument of defunding the police, and, there's a lot of cries that go on from, people not being held accountable as far as law enforcement individuals are concerned. It's a real tricky environment to really try to get individuals to understand, trying to find the word to this, to really get individuals to how to understand what they're actually pushing and yelling for, right? So when you have something like, defund the police, I think that the measurement of that, you have to say, well, if that does occur, and how much of defunding will happen, and if that happens, will it still be the same communities affected, right? So, if you start to take money away from an organization like the police, Dr. Pope said we both have to exist. I think if you start to pull away and try to restructure and change those things, I think that we'll just find out that these underprivileged and impoverished communities will probably be even more less protected than they initially thought that they would be by defunding the police. So, measuring the measuring impact, I think it really has to be descriptive, particularly on the respective communities that you're looking to measure, the particular group, whether it be older individuals. We have to get our older people back into, being okay to say something to a young person, without being feared of being assaulted or attacked. Or, I mean, these are real fears that individuals in the community walk around with. It's not that people don't want to say anything. They worry and contend about backlash and different things, or being, put in a predicament where they're stalked or hurt or injured and different things of that nature. I also think that, as Dr. Poe said about being at the table, I think the measurement starts at the table, right? You have to measure. I used to see, parents who didn't know that a red rag hanging out the back of their pocket meant that their child was in a gang. Right? So when we talk about measuring, the rulers, you got the ruler in your hand as a parent. You have the ruler in your hand as a community leader. You have the ruler in your hand, as a pastor and a minister, right? We are very important and powerful people, former law enforcement, whatever it is. We have these rulers and we have voices, which is one of the reasons why we're here today. But I think the measurement, how do you measure it? I think you have to really have a community engagement. The parents have to be involved. They have to take the blinders off. They're not my child, whole syndrome of things. And people have to be accountable. And the last thing I want to say is people have to want to take the measurement. Because I think oftentimes people walk in a state of blindness because if it's not me, I'm fine with it. I don't want to be bothered with it. But you have to want to go and take the measurement and pull your ruler out. You have to be able to want to size a person. We have to make these assessments and judgments of our children and our community as it moves forward. Because if we ignore it, by the time we deal with it, it'll be a problem that's insurmountable, right? So, I mean, if that came to a note, I think that's how I would say you measure it.
I appreciate you, Sean. Thank you. Want to hop to Pastor Gooding for this one. How is impact measured?
I believe it's measured by the change that we see, the transformation that is made. For instance, at Jacoby Hospital Center to Violence, we saw, and Kwame could attest to this, in Bronx River Houses, where when we first initiated that program over there about 6 years ago, how seniors wasn't coming outside. But it's measured, and we could see seniors sitting back on, before pre-pandemic, they was back out on the benches and being able to come back outside. So to me, simply put, I just believe it's just seeing change behavior and a transformation of individual lives. I think that's how we measure it most importantly.
Awesome. Minister Thompson.
Praise him. So I'll go to a scripture with that. Behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. I think when we see that change behavior and we're coming together and we're not having a blind eye to the things that's going on in the community. When we see change talk taking place, where we see individuals buying into how we have to run the village, how we have to coexist. And you see that change behavior, like what Pastor Gooden said, when we first entered into Bronx River Houses, it was all kind of things in the air about SUV. People wanted to say, oh, they the police, or, they didn't understand the help we were bringing. But now the message that we speak now is being spoke by the community, right? So it's like they bought into the message of change and putting down the guns and doing these different things. So I think we measure it by the change behavior, right? And being a stand-up individual and saying, listen, these are things that governed my life when I was younger, and it wasn't productive. It wasn't productive. It was bringing more of a negative than a positive, and speaking out against it and saying, for instance, like I was in class the other day and we were on Zoom and one of the other students said something and the teacher said, Kwame, that's you again? I said, no, it was Ken. I said, I'm a telling saint, And even on that call, what was amazing, that blew my mind, he said, snitches get stitches. I'm like, we're still pushing these narratives that don't need to be pushed in our community. So we're telling young people to stand a certain way, but as grown, mature adults, we're still holding on to those things. So I measure it by when we speak out against those things that we know is damaging our communities and standing up for what's right, so we can move forward, like Pastor Gooden always says, better together. So I think I measure it by the change of the individuals and the change of the environment and the climate in that village.
I love what you said. As a person who is a rhetorical critic, who studied discourse analysis and the power that discourse and rhetoric have to sway behavior, that is just so powerful. We have the power within our mouths to change our outcome. I mean, it's not, I'm not suggesting that and then poof, but little by little, if we change what we say, we can begin to impact what we see. Yeah. Dr. Pope, tell us.
Dr. Pope, just wanted to piggyback off that. And sometimes we have to be the first one to say it.
Yes.
Right? When we say it, you'd be surprised how many other people have been waiting to say it.
Yeah, for sure.
And that comes with fear. Fear. Fear is a powerful agent, but it's, what, we can overcome that fear. Listen, our primary goal here, in this public safety forum is to come up with ways that we can suggest change, to prevent danger in our communities, okay? To protect the well-being of our citizens, okay? We're obligated to do that. We're obligated to do that. We have to do that with a series of checks and balances. We all have to be accountable, and we have to overcome our fears. We have to overcome our fears of each other. We have to create something that not only the public, but the government officials themselves, could adhere to. And it has to be honest, open town hall talks, discussions, sitting down at the table. The table shouldn't be rectangle. And I told my students that the other day. There shouldn't be a top, there shouldn't be a bottom, there shouldn't be sides on each other. The table should be round. So we all have a fair share and shake of what? Equity and equality, okay? We need diversity, we need inclusion. to be at that table. We got a difficult job ahead of us, okay? You know, we have the power, you know, to change things, okay? We can do this through what? Constant, current community measures and outreach. We have to come together and work, you know, as one. These are things that we have to do, you know?
So I just, you know, y'all are my jam right now. I mean, all of y'all are, but I love this because this, what you're talking about in terms of the geometric shape of how conversation happens is a circle. And restorative justice practices, which is all the rage now, is really an indigenous, ancient way that communities who, you know, African American, Native American, and such have dealt with issues. There were no big I's, no little U's. Everybody had a place, and whoever had the talking piece had to be respected. There was no arguing and fussing and fighting and talking over one another. You waited patiently until it was your turn to speak. And I mean, it was just amazing how much you could get accomplished and solved by just talking it out, right? But just being willing to hear what the other person has to say. And so, Dr. Pope, you have led us into our fourth question. And so now I'm going to toss to Pastor Gooding on what measurable impact have you and or your organization had relative to stability and personal safety?
Again, I want to thank you, Dr. Les, for inviting us on here on this to have this conversation. I think it's just been a powerful conversation. And just to piggyback before I say what I want to say, I want to just say that, you know, I've been working with former council member Andy King, and we've been hosting what we call a Boys to Men sit down. We're about to have our third one. Kwame has been a part of that also on November the 5th. And we just sit down and we have mentors come and in a round circle, and we sit and talk and listen. I think it's so important in listening to others also, as you just said. I think it's many times we're hearing, but we're not listening. And I think we need to have that. I think that's a significant part of being able to have these conversations and these town halls. So I just wanted to acknowledge former council member King again. This is the third Boys to Men that we actually sit down, bring in high-risk young men and young men that haven't been in trouble, that they can hear the stories of some of our OGs that have been down that road. My organizations that I first of all, I pastor 2 churches here in the Bronx, in the Church of God in Christ. I'm also the Civic and Urban Affairs Director of the Church of God in Christ here in New York, and Director of Community Outreach for Jacoby Hospital System Development. And also I'm the President of the Clergy Council of the 4-9 Precinct. So when I talk about we're better together, I'm trying to bring everybody to the table. We're better together. And that's where the Bible let us know that when we all come together, that God blesses us in that way. And I often use the scripture of Chronicles 7:14, if my people shall call them, they shall humble themselves, pray, seek my face, turn from the wicked. Then I'll hear from heaven to forgive their sins and heal the land. And we need a healing in the land. But what we have seen in our organization, number one, in Jacoby Hospital, again, pre-pandemic, we've been up for stand up to violence for about 8 years. We actually saw a 75% decrease in gun violence in our first year of existence in the 4-9 precinct. We saw in the 47th precinct, we saw in that same time period, a 50% decrease in gun violence. When we initiated the 4-3 precinct, we saw a 40% decrease in gun violence. So I believe that our organization is making a difference. One of the things that we also do as a clergy council, and you know, many times we hold vigils, you know, in our community, bringing our community together. And I think it's so important to see the diverseness and the diversity of our communities coming together. I believe that's making such an impact to public safety, that folk are getting out, getting the news, hearing what's going on in other parts. that they're able to bring certain measurable, impactful things to their community. And so I believe that just us being, again, active in our community is making a change in that public safety. One of the other things I do, and I'm right quickly, is I'm a eulogist. I've done over 4,000 funerals in the last 8 years. You know, I'm a eulogist. Matter of fact, I got a funeral tonight, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Friday. You know, so that's part of my job. That's how my ministry actually have grown, through funerals. You know, so it's not like we're getting people coming from other churches, but we're receiving the unchurched. And so we see that transformation of people being changed and making a difference, making an impact. And one of the things that I've done even this year, matter of fact, Kwame asked him to come with me on certain funerals. Recently I had to eulogize a rapper from Staten Island who was shot and killed. And so when I'm at these eulogies, sitting down with these young people, I'm able to let them know that this is the effects. These are the consequences of the street. And so either we live or we die, one or the other. But the fact of the matter is that I encourage them to choose life, choose change. And so I believe as women, and again, grateful to be part of this conversation. And I'll close just by saying this. Frederick Douglass said that some people make things happen, some people watch things happen, and then others say, what the hell just happened?
Thank you, Pastor. I appreciate it. I'm going to jump to Mr. Jones, and then Kwame will bring us home.
So how are we making change? Me personally, you know, after 20 plus years in law enforcement, you know, some of the same messages get reiterated over and over and over again. And I kind of got frustrated and tired of, you know, hearing some things or just seeing meetings. I can't tell you how many boardroom meetings I sat in with the 15th meeting was the first meeting. And just some things just never get accomplished. So for me, I wrote a book called Leadership is King, right? And in that book, I think it's very impactful for the youth. I've had some good reception on it. A lot of the mothers have read it and said, they reached out to me and said that they are passed it to their children, both men and, you know, girls and boys, men and women. And in the book, I talk about, you know, the courage of leadership, right? Being able to stand up and say, you know, the right thing, even when no one's following or you're not getting cheered on, you don't have a gallery behind you, right? Characteristics of leadership. I talk about facing failure, right? Because I think we look at failure as a bad word, but failure is just a continuance of success, right? I think that when we talk about the mental state of individuals, really understanding and the measurement of that, we use a lot of words. Dr. Pope talked about the table, something simple as a table. We all sit at them, but a lot of people don't know they were created for power structure. Right. So when you teach people the analytics of the symbolism that they exist in every day, I think they grow further than you can even take them. It becomes a kite because they begin to see the world for what it is and understand the states of existence that they live within. So that's how I'm affecting change through my book. I also have, starting tomorrow, actually, I've started to, it's going to be at the Aloft in Harlem. I'm doing my first speak. I'm going to speak about leadership. And I had a lot of RSVPs come through, and my intention is to do this once a month, right? To have different speakers come out in a live platform to really speak about leadership and the things and successes. You know, some people were authors, some people are CEOs and executive corporations, some people are community leaders and activists. And I think, you know, from a grassroots perspective, we have to get to actually, I mean, the pandemic is great for Zoom. I love the Zoom thing. But to a great extent, we have to kind of get out and touch people, right? You know what I mean? Diana Ross said, reach out and touch someone, right? So we have to really get back into that as human beings, because that will be, our creator created us to be interactive, to be interdependent. We are not individualized people who exist on a plane all alone. It just doesn't work like that. So that's how I'm making and trying to affect and impact change.
Thank you, sir.
First, I just want to thank all the panelists. I'm truly blessed. And a lot of things I'm going to hold on to and apply them in the necessary areas. I really love the table thing. I've never even thought about it in that way. And I actually conduct restorative justice circles. God has allowed me to wear many hats. I'm a community partner with NYPD. I'm clergy for the 43rd Precinct. I mentor the rookie officers when they come in. And like Pastor Gooden, one of my things has been bridging community and law enforcement together and being that mediator and having the police be held accountable, but more importantly, my community held accountable. We can't say, there is no good cops because the good cops don't speak out against the bad cops, but then we watch our community be destroyed by people in our community and no one is speaking out about them. So it goes both sides. I think one of the ways I see how we're impacting change, again, is being that change, being intentional, being present, more than talking, but more so listening, right? I heard a statement before, it said, always preach the gospel, but sometimes use words. And that was so powerful to me. He said, we don't have to preach with words, we preach with our actions, right? Being there and doing the things that need to be done and being present. But one of the ways I really measured and see the impact when we had an incident where we had two housing developments, which are only about 3 blocks apart from each other, that was going back and forth with conflict, and it was multiple shootings, was homicides on both sides. One of my nephews actually got killed in this whole feuding, right? And to see a shooter from one side and a shooter from the other side, seeing our practice and what we stand for, right? What SUV does is to help to reduce the shootings in our community, and we do it by mediations, and we work with the highest risk individual most likely to shoot someone or be shot. And we speak this and speak out against gun violence. But what happened interesting last week, 2 shooters from each side, one from each side, they actually had their own mediation through a FaceTime call. That allowed me to see that we are impacting them, right? They got on a call, they talked about what's going on, they decided, look, this got to end, this has to stop. And one of the individuals just came home, he got picked up and he was down for maybe about 2.5 years, and he came home and he told me, he said, I wish I would have listened to you before I got arrested. And I told him, well, you're here now, what are you going to do? And he was the one that initiated this mediation through a FaceTime. So we see these things over and over. We see people that were quiet and silent now speaking out. We see those mothers being more comfortable in that village to chastise when necessary, because they know they have others that will stand with them, stand by them. So those are the ways I see how we're impacting by actually doing and being present and being real. I mean, people know when you're faking it. You know what I mean? They like to say, fake it till you make it. I don't never repeat that. I say faith it until God makes it, right? But being intentional, being there, being someone that can hear, listen, see what's going on, and try to be one that can either be the solution to the problem or refer someone that can be a solution to that problem. So I see us doing that as an individual. I think my greatest impact is being consistent, the change that God has allowed me to change. 2001, when I walked into the Bethel Holy Church Deliverance, and my late pastor, the Reverend Dr. Mamie El Raji, was preaching, change your circumstances. And I heard it and I felt the love of God. And I decided in 2001 Father's Day that I would change my circumstances. And now I hear the testimonies about those around me that believe, because of what God has done in my life, that they can also change. I was on the opposite side of a gun. I was an enforcer. I was a shooter. I was out there in the street heavy, but God changed me, and people seen that change, and it's impacting a lot of the young men and young women in my community. So I think that's how we impact, by being intentional, being present, and being consistent, and being a man of integrity, woman of integrity.
And thank you for that. And, Dr. Mamie El Raji, that was my mom, and that was Kwame's aunt.
That's right.
And the impact that she has had just through the example of her life was amazing. Yes. And I want to thank you all for being in community with us today. I know some of you have other panels that you are running off to, so go continue being great and being impactful. And our next our next panel that we have up is economic and food security, starting at 1:10. So again, thank you.
Can you share the contacts, please? I definitely want to stay in contact with 2 gentlemen that's on the call. I have my own non-for-profit I started called Write Your Way Out, and we're dealing with all different type of writing skills. I would love for you to come in and share your book and your experience. We have what we call writing sessions, where young people see people that look like themselves doing these things, because I know As believers, we walk by faith, not by sight, but the world needs to see.
Fresh sea price, that's right.
So I'll definitely put you all in
Okay.
touch with one another.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Branch.
Thank you, Dr.
Absolutely.
Branch. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
We definitely be
Powerful,
in contact.
powerful, and impactful conversation. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, look at us, we're
We
so
look
fancy.
great, yeah. Ready?
Is Doug on yet? What's that? Oh,
There
there
he
he is.
is.
Hey, Doug.
Hi there, good afternoon.
Hello,
I'm Gina. Hi, welcome. We're live. My name is Gina Blaylock Ramcharan. I am the Chief Idea Curator for Idea Manufacture. And I'm also the lead consultant for the Citizens Committee for New York City Business Grant Program. I'm excited to be here this afternoon with my other two partners in crime to discuss economic and food security. With me in studio, we have Dan Zouderer, and online we have Douglas Silver. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
So the big word of the day is impact. And I know when I think about impact, it's just in its most basic form, right? It's to make contact or directly affect something or someone. When I also think about impact, it brings up the word force, right? So if we're going to use force, I would like to think that most people do it for good. What is your idea of impact? What does it mean to you? Dan?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me here today. It's really fun to be here. This is a really hard question to answer. I started trying to answer this at a dinner table discussion with my mom and girlfriend, asking, what is impact and what does it mean to me? And then we talked about, well, there's positive impact and there's negative impact and there's impact that can be measured and there's impact that's immeasurable. And so I think that really impact to me is all of those things, but in the context of the work that we do at Grassroots Grocery, impact is making sure that we're true to our mission. Which in our case is expanding dignified access to food in the heart of under-resourced communities.
Mm-hmm.
And if the actions that we take as a nonprofit align with that mission, then to me that's making the impact that we want to make in the world.
Sounds good. Douglas, what does impact mean to you?
I think impact is every change we have in our interactions with one another, how we are impacted by the work we do as much as the impact that we seek to bring into the lives of others. I think impact is going to a food retailer who's never donated their food before because they've never had an easy way of doing it and saying, hey, how about if I can get a volunteer here twice a week to pick up food? And we start with that way. It's every little step that then builds to something much greater than any of us could have ever imagined. The impact is it's also, I think, it's part of the commitment and contract, the social contract that we sign with one another every day to be impacted by and to continue to put that impact into the world.
I completely concur. So in my humble opinion, I think that impact is best achieved through collaboration, which is something that you just described. You want to elaborate a little more?
Absolutely. All of us are dedicated to systems of reform in food and social reform. No one of us can do this on our own. There are groups constantly. It is a system for a reason. Even if the parts of it we love, the parts that we hate, the parts of it that we want to keep, there are the people who want to actually come into it and the people who, like our politicians, who part of that institution is they are members of this by virtue of their position. We are all dependent on food. We all require it. We all deserve nutritious access. Nutritious access to food access to nutritious food is a human right. That is Gotham Food Pantry's opinion, and it's also the World Health Organization's opinion and the UN's opinion. And those two organizations came to it first. They've been around longer, but we owe this to one another to continue to build these things because we can't do it alone. There are too many moving parts and that continue to move and shift, and collaboration isn't a way to make it work. It's the only way, because if we continue to be siloed in the way that so much dialogue can be on the social media platforms or elsewhere, where we kind of fall into certain groups, if we are not all willing to work together to change this, it's not going to change. This is too big. This is everything. Everything begins with what's on your plate. What you can get in the morning, what you have access to is a form of destiny. And if we're not all working together to improve that destiny for everyone, then we're not doing the work that needs to be done.
Dan, what are your
Amen.
thoughts?
On collaboration?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I echo Douglas's sentiments that really there are so many different groups that are working to address hunger and that are working to address food insecurity. And I think that opportunities like this one in particular, or other opportunities to get together to talk about how we can magnify impact are so important. Because like Doug said, it's impossible to go at this alone. It's a global issue. It's a universal human need. And it's something, I think one of the things that I really care about in food access and food security is getting everybody to understand, literally everybody, that they have a stake in this game too. That it can't just be big food pantries. It can't just be big food rescue trucks. I mean, they do great work, amazing work that's at a huge scale, but it takes all of us. It takes anybody listening. It takes literally everybody to commit to being a part of this, because it's just not something that can be tackled by a couple of huge organizations. It's something that we
Not
all
at
need to
all.
come together to solve. So.
I completely agree. So I want you both to elaborate a little bit more on that, because I'm going to share something with you. I'm a little embarrassed to say this. It was only about, I'm going to say maybe 6 years ago that I first heard the term food insecurity. How do you go about getting spoiled, entitled folks to understand that there are people who are food insecure? Now of late, I have a thing about waste, like food waste. How do we spread the message even farther beyond just your supply chain?
I think it's a several prong approach. I think I think the majority of people, regardless of their privileges, don't want anyone to be hungry. Like there's no pro-hunger lobby that we're fighting every day. I think a lot of it is awareness and knowing that hunger doesn't always look like your perception of what a hungry person looks like or what a food secure person looks like is probably wrong. That it's limited, I should say. That there are people in your office, people you see on the subway who are going to work, who look like professionals and who are grappling with food insecurity, especially now with inflation so high. So one is broadening that perception and recognizing the face of hunger is someone that you see every day. They are children in your students, in your children. They're children who share a classroom with your children. They are the people on the subway. They are people in your office. Also, as long as while we're educating, it's a big part of it is getting businesses that have excess to donate and making it as easy as possible, whether that's through tax incentives, through certain policy changes, because I've never met anybody who runs a restaurant or a business who likes throwing food away. By that very nature of the work, they want to feed people, but they're running a business and and it's a long, grueling labor. There's only so much they can do. So then how can we as individuals make it easier for them? How can we make it the fewest actual barriers to donating their food? And that's making it a much more local approach. Part of that involves reaching out to mutual aid, partnering with who is already there, because most neighborhoods already have groups in need or people in need. Shuttling it there, it's a more coordinated approach that will involve basically businesses, the larger food rescuers working with smaller food rescuers and groups, and making it a much more local part. But I think we come at it from a good place that people want to do the right thing and want to see everyone fed for everyone's benefit, but need direct action items on how to do that. So between awareness and specific action items, if everybody was willing to give, an hour, 2 hours a week, we could do tremendous work and just making it as simple as possible for all parties. And this is totally doable. It's just going to take a lot more coordination, and our elected officials also getting involved, because certain policy changes do need to be implemented.
I think a lot of it is about grassroots awareness, and I can give you some concrete examples of that. Like tomorrow, I'm beginning the day with an assembly at Horace Mann School. And then later on in the day, I'm doing another assembly at the Little Red Schoolhouse downtown. On Friday, I'm doing an assembly at Browning. And these are all examples of what some might call sort of elite educational institutions. But what's important there is that I'm spreading awareness about food insecurity to communities that might not otherwise have access to it. And in so doing, I'm not only providing education, but I'm also providing tangible ways for folks to get involved. And so another good example to tie in Browning, for example, is we just had Doug actually and I worked together to open up a community refrigerator on 92nd Street and First Avenue recently. And at that ribbon cutting ceremony, there were two boys from Browning who came with the social impact coordinator. And they got to experience the work firsthand. And they also got to donate groceries that they had just bought at the store to give to this community fridge. Another example of some of the people at this ribbon cutting ceremony were congregants from Central Synagogue. Central Synagogue is a huge Upper East Side establishment, with many different kinds of members that have resources to bring to this problem. And before our opening up a community fridge there was no reason for so many of the people that were at this ceremony to even ever step foot into the NYCHA development where 1 in 3 people are food insecure. And yet, they might live, for example, I live on 92nd Street and 2nd Avenue. This development is on 92nd Street and First Avenue, right? And there's so many people right around the area that before putting this community fridge there would never have had any reason to interact with that development. But now we're giving them a concrete place to go and a concrete place through which bridges can be built and relationships can be formed. And I think that it's those kinds of grassroots, ground up initiatives that get people talking and that get people collaborating together, that we get anybody to be excited about food insecurity. It doesn't matter whether you're the kid of a wealthy person or somebody who's dealing with food insecurity yourself, that everybody needs to have a stake in this game.
Thank you. It's interesting that you are going to work with these elite schools. I want to take you back for a minute. You started your career off as a middle school teacher.
Yes.
And that is where you recognize that 25%, is it 25% of the children you work with were food insecure. What were the first steps you took?
Yeah.
To get you to where you are now?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, the first thing that I had to do, well, the first thing was just listening, listening to the community. And there were kind of rumblings of food insecurity and there were talks among teachers and staff. And also there was firsthand experience. And even before the pandemic began, I remember walking home from school one day and seeing my student and his grandmother was digging next to him with a trash can in front of her. And I thought, and he told me that it was normal the next day, my student. And that was before the pandemic even began. And so I sort of had a feeling that food insecurity was there in the school, but that feeling isn't enough to do something about it. I think it's right. I try to teach this to the students that I talk to too, that the first thing is that when you think you might have uncovered a problem, you really have to investigate it, And so the first thing that I did to get those survey results is I sent out a bilingual text message survey to 88 students and their families, asking them a question in English and Spanish. Have you ever had to cut down on a meal or skip a meal since the pandemic happened? And that's when I found out that 45% of them said yes, but 1 out of 4 said that they were doing that a few times a week. And so I think that the beginning of it was just, you see the inkling of a problem or you see part of it, but then it's about investigating it. And then it's about trying to understand why it's there. So now I knew that 25% of students and their families were cutting down on meals or skipping meals. But then you needed to think about why that was true. And so it was about beginning dialogue with students and their families. And, initially providing students and their families with access to local food pantries, for example. And I remember one mother that I was on the phone with, and I asked her whether she had been able to visit a food pantry that I'd given her the information for. And she said, well, I scheduled an appointment to go to this food pantry. And then I realized that I accidentally also double booked myself, and that I had an appointment to take my daughter to the cardiologist. And her daughter had a chronic heart condition. And I thought to myself, I mean, what world are we living in where it's part of the everyday reality of one of my students' parents to have to choose between making the food pantry appointment versus taking her daughter to the, and obviously, I mean, she had to choose the cardiologist for her daughter because that was a life or death thing. But it's those kinds of experiences and those kinds of conversations that inform so much of this. It's realizing that it's not as simple as just giving somebody the address or the phone number of a food pantry, and to really just begin understanding the struggles of the human beings that you're working with.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, you're doing great work. Keep
Thank
it
you.
up. Douglas, you run Gotham Food Pantry. You are Gotham Food Pantry. No pressure. But when I see folks online to go to food pantries, it's often during the day. Are there any night pantries? I think about people, you talk about choices. Is it, do I go get groceries, or do I go to my, to my job and I'm food insecure? Are there any night hours around for folks?
I don't. So our goal at Gotham Food Pantry generally is establishing food rescue operations in areas of high need, and our focus is NYCHA, is really all public housing. There are some soup kitchens that have pantry elements, including one where I started Gotham, called Monday Night Hospitality, but that's Monday nights on the Upper East Side, and there is a pantry element, though it's been very difficult to keep it stocked the last few months. So I believe there are, but most are during the day. One of the advantages of community fridges is that they're usually, either open 24 hours or they're open, until late at night. Some are locked at night, and it allows people to go at their own schedule to get food. Of course, the community fridge is going to be less reliable than a stocked pantry just based on, accessibility. But yeah, that's a good, I don't know the hours of every, I also know that many of the agencies that were serving as pantries prior to the pandemic have not reopened. Some have, but some I think might be gone for good. So actually some of the maps that are available for people as a resource are not reliable. And I hope that that's rectified soon. But it is, you're right, it doesn't, the hours are difficult. You might have to call ahead the people who, you might not have access to a phone to make that, but that's one of the reasons why, though, why we want to put more community fridges and more food rescue for the benefit of public housing residents and their neighbors, to get past the obstacle of time of day, and of course no documentation is required for anything we do, but some groups probably do, especially if you sometimes it's a requirement of food bank to have documentation.
And I think that it just speaks to how many struggles are in this food access world, in the sense that if you were to look up food pantry on Google or something, many of the listings would come back and say, oh, hours vary or call for more information. Yeah. Versus if you look up any business, almost any business, you'll see exactly what the hours are, exactly how to get in touch. They'll probably have a website, but if you look at your local food pantry, there's probably not a good website. There's definitely not any reliable information about the hours that it's open. One group that I know that's doing really great work on this is the Food Help Hotline, which is something that Alex Godin founded. It was originally called Lemon Tree. And whenever people come, we have a distribution that we do on Saturdays where we load up volunteer drivers' cars with produce, and then they bring the produce to different community sites. But sometimes direct recipients come to the site looking for food. And I always provide them with this information, because when they text the word food to the short code that the hotline has, there'll be a live person responding via text message that will tell you exactly what the food resources are that are nearby and the types of different food that you can get. And I think that efforts like that to make the food pantry ecosystem more accessible are super important. But then to Doug's point, it's also super important to expand access outside of the food pantry. And I think that that's why we're both passionate about community refrigerators. But the big challenge with the community refrigerators is that community refrigerators are only as strong as the communities that are upholding them. And so, you know, right now we're both very small nonprofits with limited staff and resources, and it takes a village to do this. You know, it takes a fleet of volunteers to go canvass local restaurants. It takes technology to coordinate volunteers to pick up at local restaurants and be sent to the local community fridge. Eventually, it'll take technology to sort of connect different fridges to a grid and to understand when they're empty and when they're full, to better track the food that's going in and out of these. So we're still kind of in the nascency, I think, of the community fridge kind of movement. But I think that all of the efforts that we can take to expand access beyond the confines of a food pantry that might be behind closed doors and to bring food access closer to people's homes, to where they live, is super important, because we know that only 1 in 4 New Yorkers experiencing urgent food needs is actually accessing an institutional food pantry.
Wow.
And so if that's the case, obviously much more needs to be done to get food outside of the food pantry and make sure that it gets directly into people's homes, or at least to their doorstep, so that they can go out and get something that's super accessible.
Doug, what are the key elements that come to mind to share with our audience when it comes to the words food justice?
You know, that's a great question. Food justice is that I define it as individuals having access to nutritious food on a daily basis to meet their needs or their family's needs. A food rescue has 3 components. There is the donor, the transport, and the recipient. It's the triangle of a food rescue. And so how we can complete that and you know, those are the elements of food justice, and those are our struggles. It's getting the donors and lining up somebody, and then having somebody who can transport it, then having somebody there to receive it. And the recipient part is usually the easiest part, because we can generally find someone if there's a big enough donation or whatever is, or with a community fridge that food can be left in there, certain types. So, I mean, you know, that's kind of the brass tacks of it in terms of what, you know, is food justice more largely speaking. It's equitable policy. It's, you know, making it a focus of our city council. There are so many things that can be done on a larger scale. So there's like the small everyday, you know, bread and milk element of it, and how we get that excess bread and milk and everything else. And then the larger systematic reforms that go beyond what any one person or even small group of people can do. And it's honoring, you know, pursuing them simultaneously, and how we do that, because, you know, we can get all the pallets of food going to all the people, and yet that doesn't exactly change the system. That might create help so many people who would otherwise not have that food, and that will change their lives, no doubt, and improve that quality of life, and then all the attendant quality of life outcomes that are connected to food access. And that's what gets me going every day. But then there's still this larger policy element and awareness that still really needs attention, and it's just never a priority. Because just as I said, there's no hunger campaign, there's no pro-hunger lobby. The food security lobby, like, everybody says they care a lot, and all the elected officials, but there's really no powerful arm pushing for it in that way. And I wish that was more of a priority to get, you know, there are bills in Congress, there are bills in our city council, and they are just stalled. And I think that the policy, I preach the policy element all the time, because I believe our governments owe that to us, and that is also food justice.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about one really simple policy change that I think that if there were more people behind this, we could make so much impact with a tiny change. I mean, when we think about a community fridge, for example, on 92nd Street and First, right outside of a NYCHA development, in the heart of a place with so many resources, including so many different schools, not only independent schools, but also religious schools and also public schools of all different levels. There's so much food that these schools are throwing away because they think that they have to for whatever reason. They think that they will be liable, or there's some kind of DOE policy or whatever their understanding is. And I know that there are some schools now that will sort of unofficially figure out a way to leave a bag somewhere so that people can take these meals and put them into a community fridge or get them to a community in need. But if there were a strong voice in government or politics saying to all of these local schools, like, hey, you can, especially because so many of the breakfasts and lunches and things that we get into, they're pre-packaged. It's not even like they're open to the elements. And so if we could convince all of the local schools in that one area to just get students at the end of the day to walk excess food to a local community fridge or to another community-based organization, there are hundreds more people in just the Upper East Side that we could feed every day. And I'm just using the Upper East Side as an example because that's the newest community fridge that we opened, but that's true across the entire nation and especially across the entire city with all of the schools here. If we could just get that one change done, and if we could encourage school leadership to talk about that change, and if we could get students to talk to their school leadership about that change, like why are we throwing these apple slices away that are in a nice bag, that we could be giving to a community in need, that's one really important form of food justice, I think, is that the advocacy piece of it. And then the other really important of it is just amplification, of voices. There are so many different community leaders that are eager to serve their constituents that just don't necessarily have access to food. And their stories are so important and their voices are so important. And so to amplify the voices of others that are in this work, to make sure, like on our social media and our website, we talk so much about the community leaders that we're distributing produce to, who then distribute produce to their constituents. And it's about being able to amplify those stories and make sure that those voices are heard.
I'm glad you said produce because we just keep saying food, and not all food is created equal at a nutrition level.
No.
So how
our big focus is nutritious food. That's not to say that we never get, bakeries are just easy donors. They have it and it's great, but it really is the focus on healthy, shelf-stable food, high quality proteins, produce is ideal, but we don't turn anything. But you're absolutely right. Nutritious access to nutritious food or access to nutritious food is really the goal.
Sure. So everyone's watching live production. We're sliding down so that I can get into the shot. And you're watching this panel has evolved, and we spoke a lot about the food security aspect of it. But now I'd love for Gina to have an opportunity to talk about the economic security. And just to give a little bit of context, Citizens Committee for New York City, in the midst of the pandemic, created the Neighborhood Business Program. It was created when we got a $100,000 gift from Google that said, we want to help neighborhood businesses in the area where their office was located, in the Hudson Yards, Chelsea area. And we want to make a difference because they were seeing all these places being shuttered in the midst of the pandemic. And we took that opportunity to, number one, try to support businesses because we believe that small businesses are the economic engines of communities. But number two, try to take care of a disparity that existed because of either race or gender or citizenship status or connectedness to the United States of America over the generations. And so that's how the Neighborhood Business Program was born. Now it's citywide. And I'm really proud that Gina has helped us develop the program and gotten it to a level that it is helping a lot of different neighborhood businesses tell their stories of how they're thriving, but also help them to evolve during the pandemic to be able to survive beyond that. But I want to back it all the way up because we're talking about food insecurity. And food insecurity for me is kind of a little bit more downstream when you don't have economic opportunity.
Agreed.
So Gina, can you talk to me about number one, what you do in advising businesses, but number two, how do businesses provide economic opportunity or economic justice within communities?
Business entrepreneurship is a bridge to providing legacy wealth. So at my company, we focus on assisting businesses with business creation and more importantly, in today's environment, business continuity. Most of the businesses we service are Black and or woman owned. And about 70% of those women are moms and often head of household. So that said, we're not just supporting economic security for moms and their families, we're actually helping to lay the foundation for generational financial security, which is ever important, because you're right, without economic security, how do you get to food security? Especially in Black and brown communities, we are at a, the starting line was here, our starting line was back here.
Let's talk about that explicitly, the starting lines and the disparities in access to wealth.
Well, the wealth gap it will not be met in our lifetime to close the wealth gap. I think it's a 200-year process to close the wealth gap. But one small step is through entrepreneurship. We also assist nonprofits. As Dr. Harris said, I service Citizens as the lead business consultant for their neighborhood business grant program. So we have been, through Citizens, helping to buoy the New York City small business community's bottom line through the neighborhood business grant, which has been so beneficial. The feedback is tremendous. It's amazing what a micro grant can do. I mean, on the day-to-day, you can almost, you're eking out your basic expenses, especially in we're still in COVID, in this COVID environment. It's not post-COVID yet. But that micro grant has helped businesses hire people, retrofit their businesses, continue to service their community from aspects of helping youth employment to providing additional security in the neighborhood around their businesses. So it's had tremendous impact, great impact.
So I want to take a brief moment to talk about discrimination, because sometimes from my doctorate, I did a little bit of study about the way organizations and institutions act, and also how the way individuals act. And if we're going to do a transaction, it's easier if I know you, I have trust in you, and it's harder for me to do a transaction with someone who I don't know as well.
Agreed.
And so therefore, not even because of prejudice that's intentional, the familiarity will make me go to do business with you on a regular basis. So it closes certain networks and it closes access to social capital, economic capital, sometimes even spiritual capital. And so when I think about discrimination and access to either jobs or loans, I think about why certain people of color or women or immigrants or people from different backgrounds don't have access to some of the same resources as other entrepreneurs or other job seekers have in that moment. And I would love for you to talk about why it's important for folks to judge people kind of on their merits, and what are some of the hidden gems that might be in some of the businesses that are run by women or run by Black people that you wish people knew more about.
There's something I say all the time. You can have all of the money just rain down on you. It's social capital that really pushes businesses forward. And in a lot of communities, immigrant communities, communities of color, we are at a deficit when it comes to social capital. It's really important. We talked about collaboration earlier. It's important for everyone to do a little hand holding. Earlier, you guys said, we need more volunteers. It's the same, it's no different in a business environment. There's mentorship that is required. There's, and it's also nice to have mentorship that looks like you, that has the same language skills as you. So that's one thing that definitely helps. What was another part of your question? Because I can go on about this for a long time.
Well, it's one more example, just of like a success or a story that you wish people knew more about, so to help them get beyond their bias for the familiar and to step out to something different. So I'll give one example. I always talk about Madam C.J. Walker.
Yes.
And Madam C.J. Walker was the first, I think, Black woman millionaire.
Mhm.
And how did she make her money, Dan?
You tell me.
It was through Black hair care.
Mhm.
They were overlooked as a community. There was an economic opportunity. There was a need. And she understood that Black women cared about doing their hair and they needed a service that made them go from being invisible to visible. And by making them visible, she was able to make a fortune, but she was also able to provide a service that was greatly needed within community. So I would say that that's an example that might be overlooked for folks that are dominating the conversation, don't even see this community. So that's one example for me that's a historic one, but I was wondering if you had other
Let me
examples.
add to that example. Not only did Madam C.J. Walker create personal wealth, she created wealth for hundreds of other women. Madam C.J. Walker was the early Avon of her day.
That's right.
So you could become a Madam C.J. Walker representative and set up your own small business by selling her goods. You know, the other day we had on one of our info sessions, there was a woman that joined from the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce, and she's opening up a hot dog cart on 135th and Lenox. Someone else that's overlooked, Pigfoot Mary, Miss Lillian Harris Dean. She amassed a fortune. This was a woman who could not read or write, came up from Mississippi during the Great Migration, stood on that corner every day. They said she only owned a few dresses because she kept reinvesting in her business. She cooked the best soul food. That her nickname, Pigfoot Mary, came from the fact that you could smell the wonderful Southern food aromas. Miss Lillian was no fool. Unknown, not only did she amass a fortune via culinary, but she also married the man who had the newsstand next to her, and the two of them built a real estate fortune, retired, and moved out to California. So there are lots of gems like that. I mean, we can bring those straight home to Carol's daughter.
That actually, it's like, I guess the second time Carol's daughter was evoked during our Impact Summit.
Wow.
So I love the fact that we're drawing on some of these stories. So discrimination happens sometimes because folks make assumptions about the way people look and also about their names. I've been called Rashawn way too many times. And also folks make the assumption that Rashawn might not have certain experiences and underestimate me. So I wanted to turn this to Doug and Dan. Like, how do people underestimate some of the folks that might be food insecure that you serve? And what would you want folks to know about them that really tell their true story that goes beyond the stereotypes that might exist?
I think so many of it's the stigma that I think attaches itself to anybody in impoverished, anybody who's dealing with poverty in generally, or all the, food insecurity doesn't exist in a vacuum. It touches upon health outcomes, likelihood for finishing an education, your, incarceration outcome, like the number of places it's linked to. So it's not this kind of siloed perception. It is so deeply rooted in how we just view people who we believe have less and then are capable of less. And there's so much dignity in with the people we work with, in the TENS associations, the residents, everybody is really, the amount of community that you experience there. And you see among these communities that I didn't see, I've lived in several neighborhoods in New York City, the community that comes around in the tenants associations or the residents in public housing is a really special environment that I think makes our work possible. But but the prejudices or the really just the ignorant, it has to do with people not experiencing or not being in these environments, not working in these environments. We some people never leave their neighborhoods or only do it by cab or only go to an event. So I don't think it ever comes from generally a bad place. I think it's just you don't know what you don't know, and then not showing people that they should want to know more, and then giving them the opportunity to experience. Like, you can be food secure but also be incredibly intelligent, incredibly capable, but it's also shaming people into thinking that if they are food secure they are less than. So I think it's by dealing with that stigma, that will be a form of education. Then all education will flow outward, and that will adjust the perceptions.
Dan, I want to give you a chance to answer that, but I wanted to amplify. If you think that people are less than as you're giving them food, how do you feel about educating your children with those people? How do you feel about employing those people?
Yeah.
How do you feel about them as you are providing healthcare to them? How do you feel about them as you are policing them? And so I think it's really, really important for us to recognize the biases that we walk around with and how it affects some of our snap judgments, like the blink things that Malcolm Gladwell will talk about, and how those little micro blinks add up to something that's larger that can be detrimental, that ultimately is bad for all of us, because we write off some of us. We all are basically on the same ship together. So if there's a hole in the ship and it's sinking, eventually we're all going to go down.
No, oh, sorry. I absolutely, sorry, Dan, you go.
No, go ahead.
I think, Rasan, your point about, we're in this work to help other people, but the fact is that every family in New York City, that we get food to every food insecure family in New York City is also very good for every food secure family of New York City. That somebody's children has food is good for all those who didn't, who already do and who are doing fine. Like, it is not, we're just helping, we are helping the entire city in that work, whether you know it or not, whether you even understand what food insecurity is. It is in everyone's best interest for a food secure in New York City.
I think that part of this is about, and that's, I loved hearing the last panel where Dr. Branch talked about rhetoric and how much words and rhetoric have the power to shift the dynamic. And I think also how seemingly little things can make a big impact in the way that they're shifting the narrative around what we're doing. And that's one of the things that I love about the Citizens Committee is that Citizens Committee, it's not necessarily about how many people can you feed or how many families can you feed or how much pounds of food, although all those things are important. But a Citizen Committee, you recognize that the ingenious sparks within small groups that just have a different perspective, and they bring that different perspective and enact that perspective to create real change that blossoms. And so just back to that idea of the narrative shift, one of the things that I love about community refrigerators, for example, is that to me, it upends the dynamic of haves on the one side and have-nots on the other. Because at a community fridge, one of the things that sort of it implies is that you might donate to it at one point, and then you might also receive from it at one point. And that might be the same person. And you might volunteer as a food recipient to help clean a community fridge or to help distribute food outside of a community fridge. And you might also benefit from the food that's within the community fridge. And so I think that something like a community refrigerator, some people see it as just a thing on the street, that needs to be maintained. And it is that, but it's also a vehicle through which conversations emerge and narratives shift and change happen. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that.
I love that. And we have a couple of questions that came from the chat. I want to get to it, but wanted to highlight culture shift and change and getting us to, we're not winners or losers. We're just individuals that sometimes have winning moments and losing moments. And in life, we sometimes are making a deposit. Sometimes we're taking a withdrawal. And I think if communities do that as a whole together, then together we can thrive.
I just want to give one example that always lights me up, which is that there was a woman of one of my students in middle school. And my middle school student had profound learning disabilities, and she had so many difficulties with raising him. And she actually this woman had to leave her job because she was going through chemotherapy. And so she had to leave her job. This was during the pandemic. And so she was one of the people who benefited from the community fridge that I helped to place in Mott Haven as a teacher. But one of the things that she also did is every week, this woman who used to be a cleaner, she went down to that community fridge with a bucket and gloves and she cleaned that community fridge for her community. And so she might be benefited from the food inside of it to help her family to thrive, but she also actively played a part in maintaining that ecosystem and infrastructure for other people within the community. I think that's just a great example of a concrete manifestation of upending this hierarchy between have and have not, because it might be the same person. Like that's what you're saying is that it's not like you're either this or you're that. It's that we have good moments and bad moments, and we're all human beings together. And I think that those stories and examples of seeing that in action in the way that new solutions that might not have huge impact statistics or numbers, but that are doing intangible things like that. Those are the kinds of things that Citizens Committee supports. And so I just wanted to shout that out too.
No, thank you for being such a great cheerleader.
Thank you.
Shout us out, please.
Yes,
Shout us out.
yes.
So we're gonna go on for about 10 more minutes or so. Because since we have this flexibility and our featured speaker is gonna be here, I wanted to get to the chat questions. Number one, how can disabled or how can people who have disabilities get food from pantries delivered? So I know, actually, I have one answer to that too, but I don't know if you have
So
an answer.
like
there's deliveries of food to people as opposed to them having to go to the fridge.
Yeah, well, first of all, there's some organizations that specifically focus on direct service to households. So we have God's Love We Deliver. There's City Meals on Wheels.
There's Invisible Hands.
Invisible Hands, yep. I know Liam well. I think he's now pursuing a Rhodes Scholarship.
Yes, he's a Rhodes Scholar, and they're persisting. They became part of another.
Common Point Queens.
Common Point Queens.
Yeah. And so that's another one. But then the other thing that I know that the mayor's office has just kind of started to employ is a way for they've created these drop-off hubs at community-based organizations throughout the city. And they're trying to facilitate a way for deliveries to get out of the food pantry and into the households where people are living. And people can then like place orders for the food that they need. And they'll only have to go pick it up locally, like at their local housing development. That's something that I know that the mayor's office is working on in partnership with some other service providers. And then that Get Food Help Hotline, again, is something that I always refer everybody to, because then if they have any kind of need, they can text that number. And with the word food or comida, and somebody in Spanish or English will answer the text message and tell them about all the different services at their disposal.
Pero mira qué bueno.
Sí, claro que sí.
Okay, so we're going to the last questions for all three panelists, and then we're going to shut this down. We're going to talk about the difference between charity and sustainable change. I'll even change it. Charity versus systems change. So, who would like to go first? And again, these are basically your closing remarks. So I'll give folks a chance to think and then volunteer. Doug, I see your lips moving, so there you go.
Charity is, it's, of course, we all want to be charitable. Charity, I think, becomes actually kind of a thorny word in this work, because it's not, we see charity as an act more than a way of life, and it's not. And in fact, charity doesn't take into account the inequities that are baked into the system and what a system of food security is not a charitable act. It's an imperative. It ought to be, and we need to approach it as correcting partly historical wrongs, but also doing right by one another and like helping your neighbor. You can view it as an act of charity, or also just the right thing. It's difficult because how we deal with both the systemic and the personal, and how the negotiation there of what we owe one another, and dealing with systems that no one here individually built and had any power over directly. It's how we write these things. So I don't view any of the work I do as, like, we're a nonprofit. I never think of this as charity. I never think of us as a charity. I think of us as a food justice nonprofit that seeks to advance food justice efforts for the benefit of everyone. I think of us as, promoting equality and its systems in the food landscape. So how does that negotiate, or how does that reconcile with common notions of charity? I'm not really sure. I think that's a great
Mhm.
question. Maybe that's still something that we're figuring out, that I'm personally figuring out. But I think I've said before, you know, we're community-based, community-run, serving the community. And I think community is as much, we think of it as a noun. I also think of it as a verb. And that, you know, it's something that happens every day. It's something that to be beholden to one another and continue that obligation to, you know, whether it's our partners in mutual aid, our partners at NYCHA, our partners at, you know, the local retailers who entrust us, say, okay, yeah, we will give you this food that we are throwing out. Now go do something good with it. We're gonna fulfill our end of that. So, you know, I don't think of it in charity. I think of it as community, and we, you know, how are we benefiting the community every day and giving people those opportunities to be a bigger part of their community, to make their community look like it should.
Let's community together. All right,
There we
next.
go.
When I think about charity, I think about it as a handout, and I think everyone should be charitable. I agree, Douglas. I completely agree with that. And realistically, there will always be people in need. I think ideally we would just like to see less of them. We would like to see people be in stronger positions to self-govern their own futures, but I would like to see more of a hand up versus a hand out. So I think the hand out, the charitable side should be adjoined to further education. Something that you guys, we all touched on earlier. You know, it's not just about, it's what else do you need?
I think that a lot of this is semantics, to be honest, which is of course very important. I mean, I just spoke about the importance of rhetoric, but you know, I just had to look up the word charity on my phone. And charity, according to a Google search, which is not the end all be all, but you know, there's the organization charity, right? Like an organization that provides help or raises money for people in need. But then there's also the act of charity, which is defined as the voluntary giving of help to those in need. And I just think that it's become a loaded word, probably because of its Judeo-Christian roots potentially, and all of the conversations that are around that. But if tomorrow I could get 5,000 more volunteers who were doing it because they believed in charity versus whatever else, whatever other concept they had in there, to me, it's so much more important that people are willing to advocate for and with their fellow neighbors and communities, and much less important the specific word that we're calling it. I think that charity is a good thing, and I think that it can that attitude doesn't necessarily, I don't think that it necessarily cancels out the other thing. You know, I think that they both coexist.
They do coexist, but I yesterday, it was funny, I was watching a video and it was about a gentleman that received a scholarship. Well, he's the first to go to college in his family, and it completely changed his life trajectory. But years later, he was put on a course for success. So yes, he received something charitable. Now his daughter is also a recipient from the same scholarship program. It's the long-term impact, bringing us back to impact, that I personally would like to see in that thread.
Right.
And if I can bring it together a little bit, I'm going to a little bit Dr. Hassan Harris on this a bit. I think of charity as kind of individual acts. I think of sustainable and systems change as like the aggregate of a lot of different things. And Doug in particular, and Dan, both of you advocated for policy change. So I think those charitable moments that folks have, you guys want to memorialize it. You want to make sure that it's sustainable and forever by putting it in policy. Or if you change culture, that is kind of like individual acts, but over a large group of folks. You create the culture of charity over multiple people. That creates sustainable and systems change that will never be attainable if you're only waiting for this individual that's not connected to this individual, that's not connected to this individual to take care of that work.
Right.
And I want to thank all three of you for being folks that are building culture and advocating policy that will make everyone more secure and hopefully more safe. Thanks so very much. And the next panel will be the Amsterdam News feature, Beyond the Barrel of a Gun. See you soon.
Thank you.
We are live. This is really exciting. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone who's been a part of this wonderful day of conversations. I want to give it up. You can't see them on camera, but they are fantastic. I want to get up for Sarah. I want to give it up for Carlos. I want to give it up for Dee and for Carolyn and for Dr. Leslie Branch. She is absolutely killing it with critical conversation that allows you to know what's happening in New York City. The IDEA Summit, though it used to be last year, is about impact. And I think we really want to recognize the wonderful things that you out there in New York City are doing. And Citizens Committee is just lucky to be a small part of it. As I said earlier, we were founded in 1975. So it's a great legacy that we're a part of. And talking about legacies, I have Eleanor Tatum with me, which is a true honor for us because the Amsterdam News is such an important publication. And we're going to have a little conversation about, first and foremost, who she is, what the Amsterdam News is, because you never take for granted. You know what happens when you assume. So we want to really break down to folks what they need to know if they don't already know it and understand the depth of it. We're going to talk about you personally. We're going to talk about who you are as a professional. And then the third part of it is talking about how that impacts you philanthropically. And I think that is going to show up in the work, in particular around Beyond the Barrel of a Gun. I think the people who are in the background who are doing production are going to make sure that we stay on time. But we're just really thankful, Eleanor, for this conversation. So welcome.
Thank you for having me. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to be with you. And I got to catch the tail end of the last conversation and what people were saying about being charitable and what that work meant. And, it's something that I really took to heart. And I really believe in the fact that, when you're giving, it's giving of yourself. And it's not to be quote unquote charitable. It is what you should be doing. It's what we all should be doing. We should be helping our neighbors. We should be helping our friends. We should be doing that every day and everything in every fiber of our beings. We should be helping everyone because if we don't help each other, no one's going to help us when we need it.
Wow. I was just about to ask you why, but I think you landed it. She said, it's almost the golden rule, like treat others the way you want to be treated. Because one day you might need that very charity or you might need that love that you either didn't give to someone or that you did give.
And it's love, it's also respect. And, it's, we all seek love and respect and kindness. And there are so many people that have, by so many times, no fault of their own, have fallen into times that are not kind to them. And they need that kindness and a helping hand. And if you can be that helping hand, if you have that ability to share what you have, you should.
That's incredible. And I'm taking away from what you're saying is, we definitely might need what we sometimes give away, or we might need something that we had in abundance at one point, but later we might have a scarcity of it. And you're still the same person throughout that whole journey. So it's not necessarily your goodness or your badness, but it's like your circumstances. And I think if we try to lean into kindness and love, that we can do amazing things. Talking about kindness and love and amazing things, who are you and what institution are you attached to? Can you tell your story? Who are you, Eleanor Tatum?
Well, I am Eleanor Tatum. I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of the New York Amsterdam News. I have lived in New York City for my entire life. I've lived on the Lower East Side, East Village. I'm okay. Well, I'm talking to you, so I got to look at
listen. We're practicing our television stance. We're only television personalities on TV, not in real life.
Except for when we are.
Except for when we are.
I'm a native New Yorker, and my parents are, my father was born in North Carolina and moved up to the city in the 1960s. My mother was born in Prague, Czechoslovakia. And
That's a mix.
yeah, was a Holocaust survivor. She left Czechoslovakia in 1939 and moved to South America because Jews were not allowed in the United States at that point.
¿Cuál parte de Sudamérica? Which part?
Ecuador.
Ecuador.
And so she lived there for 10 years before she came to the United States. And my mother and father met on a political campaign in the 1960s. And then their story, led to my story.
And so what is your story?
Well, I was born in the East Village, and I went to Hunter College Elementary School, where at, I guess it was about the first grade, my teacher realized I couldn't read and called my parents in and said, okay, your daughter is at Hunter. We know she's smart, but there's something wrong. She can't read. And they said we should get her tested. So my parents got me tested and they found out I had dyslexia. And back in 1970, I guess it was 1977, I think it was about, they didn't know that much about dyslexia. And at a school like Hunter, they had no idea what to do with me. I had teachers calling me stupid. I had teachers that wanted to get rid of me out of the school. But this one first grade teacher, who was just absolutely amazing, wouldn't give up on me. And she was a Black teacher. And she was awesome.
That must have imprinted on you though.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we're talking about stereotypes before that people have of certain individuals. And I think that act of kindness that one Black woman gave you.
Yeah.
In your moment of need, what was her name?
Mrs. Holly.
Mrs. Holly.
Mrs. Holly. Mrs. Holly. She was my first grade teacher. And she really changed my life because she believed in me. She knew that there was something that was wrong, but also understood that I had potential and helped to identify what that problem was. And I also had a principal that also wouldn't give up on me. So with their help and then with my parents' support and my grandmother's support, I ended up getting tutors and they helped me to be successful. But then I had other teachers within that same school that were just absolutely horrible. I mean, just abysmal. There was this one teacher, Mrs. Carey, who was this older white woman who was just plain evil to me.
Do you have a sense why she?
Because she didn't understand. She didn't understand learning disabilities. She didn't understand how to teach me. She did not know how to teach me. She just believed that I was stupid and put me in a corner on a computer thinking that that's how she could teach me by ignoring me. And so she just made me repeat putting words into a computer. I don't know how that could help and never thought I was going to succeed. And then I had another teacher named Mrs. Kagan who just tried so hard and just kept on believing in me, didn't know exactly what to do, but just tried whatever she could and, was as successful as she could be with the resources that she had. So fast forward, to when I graduated from high school, I did not continue at Hunter. I went to the Dwight School, which was a great experience for me. I was walking down the street after I had graduated from high school and I ran into Mrs. Carey. And it was on First Avenue and about 23rd Street. I remember.
You remember?
Oh, I do. I ever remember. And she said, I ran into, I said, oh, hello, Mrs. Carey. And she said, oh, hello. She said, how are you doing? I said, I'm quite well, thank you. And she said, well, what are you doing? Do you have a job? Are you going to trade school? And I said, well, actually, I'm a scholar at St. Lawrence University. Thank you very much. And her face just was in absolute shock. And I said, and what are you doing? She said, She said, I've retired. And I looked and I just said, thank God. And I walked away.
Wow. I want to really punctuate because a lot of parts of this story talk to some of the things that were discussed earlier today about the importance of access to good education, systems that can either draw people in and give them what they need or completely ostracize and other them and push them out. And as we think about some of the struggles that New York City is going through, what does New York City need right now? And can it be provided by pushing people away? Or can it be provided by trying to pull people in?
Well, nothing can do anything by pushing people away. You have to draw people in. You have to include them. You've got to figure out how to embrace people's differences so that they can become part of whatever is going on in their own way. You know, you don't want to make everybody the same, right? But you've got to embrace how they're different and celebrate it. That's what New York is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a celebration of people that are different. It's supposed to be a celebration of all people, of all things, of everyone as they are as individuals, right? That's what makes New York the place that it is. That's the New York that I love, that you love, right? And that's how education should be as well, because if we can learn about everybody as they are and who they are, it makes us all richer. It makes us learn how to learn about one another and be able to create a better environment for all of us. Knowing how different people learn from a really early age will help us, you know, whether it's in high school or college or in the workplace, because we're going to have to be alongside people that learn differently, that work differently, that approach life differently. And if we are attached to one way of doing things, we're not able to work well with others. And so it's lessons that are well learned at a very early age. I mean, my daughter was at a school that bridged classrooms. So it was first, second, third, fourth, you know, so on and so forth.
Different ages, different skill levels.
Exactly. And, you know, what the principal always used to say was, you know, from year to year, when a teacher has had kids that have been, half the class has already had that teacher for a year. So they get to be the mini teacher, the mini teachers for especially that first part of the year. So they get to help all the little ones come along, but they also get to help each other and those that are struggling. And so they learn how to be, like, at first they get to be the little ones in the classroom, and they get to be the big ones in the classroom, and they get to learn how to help one another. And they get to learn how to be helped by their peers as well. And that's something really special and something that I think really needs to be embraced, because we need to learn how to, number one, help each other, but also how to receive that help from each other. Because I think a lot of people are afraid to get that help that they need.
I love this, the education thread, all of us being able to step up and do something no matter what we think our ability level is, because we can be an expert and rich in some ways, but in need in other ways. So your family business had to do with the publication. So bridge difficulties in reading and dyslexia with the family business, and tell folks what the family business is.
Well, so actually when I was little, my father was actually in city government. So when I was a child, my father was deputy borough president of Manhattan. And he was also commissioner of the Garment District and Harlem and a bunch of others.
So he knew a lot of the local politics.
Yes.
So he was very plugged in and had a lot of social capital.
Yeah. And, but he was also part owner of the Amsterdam News. It wasn't till the 1980s that he became publisher of the Amsterdam News. And one day, when one of the mayoral campaigns was happening, I can't remember which one it was, I asked my dad why he didn't run for mayor. And he said, because I can do more good where I am.
And where was he? How would you describe it?
He was publisher of the Amsterdam News.
And so why was publishing the Amsterdam News so important, do you think, to him?
Well, there's an old saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. And the power of the press is something that is so strong. And what you can do with news and information is so important. And getting information out to the community and helping a community find out what's going on and to communicate with one another and with the public, politicians, is key to a fair and just society, number one, but also to trying to make change. And so that's what he meant.
Mm.
And that is one of the things and one of the reasons why I'm at the Amsterdam News and have been for 28 years.
So you went when you were 5 years old?
Pretty close.
Excellent,
close.
excellent. So precocious. So talk to me about the Amsterdam News now.
So
who does it reach? Journalism, what does it mean in this modern context?
Well,
What's the business?
Oh gosh, that's a loaded question.
It's meant to be.
Journalism has changed so much since I've been there. When I walked through the doors of the Amsterdam News in September of 1994, we didn't have any computers in the editorial department. We were still using typewriters.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, I barely had an email address, and I didn't have an email address for the paper. I had an AOL address.
Well, but to be fair, I think my first usable email address probably came around 93, 94, 95 at school.
Yeah.
At a private institution. So that was so long ago.
Our first email address for the Amsterdam News was amnews@aol.com, I think. Yeah, because it was an AOL address.
Wow.
And that was for a really long time. Our first website, I can't remember what year it was, but it was from a grant from UPS.
Thank you, UPS.
Yeah.
You could be a sponsor of us if you want to. So I hope someone, any Casey Foundation, or just UPS themselves.
But that was a long ago, and it was not a great website, but it got us online. We've come a long way since then. Over the pandemic, a lot of things happened. I think a lot of newspapers, and I know a lot of newspapers didn't make it through that pandemic. We talk about the loss of a lot of life. We also lost a lot of businesses.
Mm.
We lost a lot of livelihoods. A lot of communities suffered in so many different ways. The Black press in particular.
And could you define the Black press for folks that might not know the definition, might not be so?
The Black press is media, mostly newspapers, that is owned and operated by people that are Black. So it's not just press that is directed towards people that are Black.
So the ownership part is one of the key
Yes.
defining characteristics
Of the Black press.
So
Correct.
just not targeted towards Black people.
Correct.
But the ownership and the content production.
Yes, yes. For and by. So when the first Black newspaper was published, the first editorial said, "We choose to plead our own cause, for too long have others spoken for us." And so that is something that most of the Black press still continues to try to expound on. We want to be telling our stories ourselves, for our communities, with our communities, by our communities. And so when the pandemic hit, it was, what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? How are we going to continue to do this? And we had to pivot real quickly because, we didn't know how to do this from all of our respective homes. We didn't know how to not do this from a centralized location. But we figured it out. At the Amsterdam News, we did not lay off one person.
Wait, say that again?
We did not lay off one person during the pandemic.
That's incredible.
We did not miss one payroll. We kept everybody on staff. And one of the things that we started looking at during this and had the good fortune of having just started just before the pandemic was looking at philanthropy and journalism and looking at grants. And one of the things that we'd started looking at was some labs and some accelerators. And one of them that happened during the pandemic was some with digital transformation. And so those are ones that we've been working on really hard over the last few months. And so we have a new website, that launched during the pandemic.
Go check out the website. Give the URL.
www.amsterdamnews.com. And so, there were these things that we just, though we had less time, we had more time. In some ways, I don't know actually how that works, but you just find that time. And our team worked so incredibly hard on digital transformation, on just getting the paper out week after week. During the pandemic, getting information to our community that was so important as to, where to get food during the pandemic, where to get vaccines during the pandemic, where to get the healthcare you needed, how to navigate the systems that were going on during the pandemic, where to get correct information, not false information during the pandemic, information that was going to make a difference between literally life and death.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, where are the resources, and what was truth versus fiction?
Yeah, so much fake news, so much spin.
Yeah.
Right, we're even going through it so much right now. Our institutions are in question because folks don't necessarily trust facts and trust institutions the way that they used to. And for me, just I'm going to phrase this as a question. Why is it important to have Black ownership and Black content production, for us, by us, in the midst of facts being called into question? Like, what impact do you think that has in your ability to get messages out that might be unique?
Because we need to see each other in the media. We need to be able to see each other so we can trust each other. We need to see our experts talking to us about what's going on. We need to hear and see our point of view. We don't need people talking at us. We need people talking with us. We need our perspectives, and we need our friends and our neighbors talking to us. We need our community being a part of the conversation. We don't need to be talked at. And I think that's a really important part of it.
So I want to pivot. We talked about the personal, and thank you for being so vulnerable and telling your story. I'm dealing with education and learning disabilities at this very moment too, within my family and my household. So sharing stories and figuring out ways to just recognize genius in all its different forms is encouraging and so important.
Well, I have to add that, too many children are just thrown away because somebody won't take the time to figure out how to teach them. And it's not that they don't know how to learn, it's that the teacher doesn't know how to teach them. And there's a big difference.
You talked about the professional and how you got into the family business. And again, 94?
1994, yeah.
That is incredible. And so now I'm going to try to bridge to the philanthropic, because using some of those messages or carrying some of those important stories told through the Black perspective in this time, in this moment, I think of beyond the barrel of a gun within the context of philanthropy. It's part of a business model and part of journalism, but I also think it's highly philanthropic. And could you talk about that initiative and why it's important and what you hope to accomplish?
All right, so one of the newest initiatives that we've been starting to work on at the Amsterdam News is called Beyond the Barrel of the Gun, which is a 3-year initiative to help combat gun violence in Black and brown communities. And the whole idea of Beyond the Barrel of the Gun is to start looking at journalism in a different way when it comes to gun violence. Gun violence, as we know, is a public health crisis in our community. And the Amsterdam News, we started talking about it as a public health crisis well over a decade ago. And we really believe that if it was treated as a public health crisis, rather than just a criminal issue, and the same amount of money was put into it as a public health crisis, it would be fixed.
If I can point this out, because it seems like to be a thread within our conversation. When you criminalize, you're throwing people away.
Yeah.
And pushing them away. But when you think about it as a health condition, you have the opportunity to call people in.
Right, you can pull them in, exactly. So that's what we want, and it's a great way of putting it, and I don't think we've ever put that thread together, but you've just done for us, is we want to pull people in with Beyond the Barrel of the Gun. We plan to embed journalists into frontline organizations that are the interrupter organizations. We want to put them inside wherever we can, inside churches, inside community groups, where they can be there day in and day out, so that they can actually see what not only happens when there are incidences, but what happens afterwards. What are the lingering effects? Why is gun violence happening generationally? Why is it a generational problem in so many communities? What are the PTSD effects, and why is that also this generational trauma? Why is this going on? We want to look at this, we want to do the research, this real fact finding, and we want to do this not only in New York, but in cities across the country. We are partnering with organizations like Report for America, who we are hopefully going to get reporters for this as well. We are working with, we've already gotten a grant from Columbia University for some of our stories, and we're working on many more. We're doing convenings, both we want to do national convenings and local convenings. We're working with the Trace and Everytown for gun safety.
So wait, can you describe to people who might not know what Trace and Everytown are?
Everytown is an organization that combats gun violence and guns across the country, and the Trace is a website that also does wonderful work about gun violence as well, but has not really focused in particularly on New York City and on the Black community, Black and brown community in particular. And that's what we're doing differently, and we're looking at it differently than they are. So, but we're gonna work with them to see how we can use their resources and they use ours, so that we can mind meld, so to speak, so that we can get more information out there. And they've got great statistics and great research and great data that will help us, and we're going to help them. So we're trying to join forces in some ways, so that we can do more work and bring out more information and do more research. And so that's just part of it. But these convenings that we want to do, we want to have these, in New York City and across the country, where we're going to bring legislators together, bring community together, bring the leaders together with the community, bring mayors and legislators, so that we can really move the needle on this. But we really want to find the solutions that are working, because we know those solutions are out there. But we also know that they're not necessarily getting funded. We know that just going after people criminally it's not working.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the problems lie in education. They lie in healthcare. And they lie in the communities just being so devastated by gun violence that there's no hope. And when a community doesn't have hope, they don't have anywhere to go.
Wow.
And we need to find out what brings hope back.
When a community does not have hope, it has nowhere to go. And we need to find ways to bring hope back.
And so that's what's beyond the barrel of the gun.
That's incredible. I want to pause to see if there are any questions that are coming in from anyone. There are no questions, so we can continue to luxuriate in this conversation. But feel free that if you do have any questions to let us know. We're just extremely excited about this work because I think ethnic media allows people to be seen. One thing that you do not know, we have a neighborhood business program. And well, you do know that, but it got into Southeast Asian ethnic media. And when it was on this one media outlet that really talked to that community out in Queens, we were literally getting an application every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And it ended up being thousands of applications from this community that we didn't have the resources to invest in to that level. But I'm making a commitment now on this video. We're going to share some of the information of what the needs are and what I say their dreams and the prayers are from that community and how they asked for assistance to hopefully lift it up to local elected officials and to other stakeholders in the city so that those folks who entrusted their applications with us will be better for being part of our community for it. And I think it's just so important the way trusted sources of information can make things go viral in a way that almost made us feel like we were being hacked by some kind of bot. But it's when you strike a nerve in communities and make people who are previously invisible visible, it just creates something that's extremely powerful.
Well, I mean, community and ethnic media is something that is so important because, not only is it that it can be in their own language, but it's their community talking to them.
Mm.
And it hits a chord within those communities. And for many people, they're isolated, whether it be language or just not feeling a part of wanting to get that mainstream daily and thinking that there's nothing in there that talks to them. But that community and ethnic media really speaks to them. They understand what their needs are, what their hopes and their dreams may be. And without it, we don't have a society that really includes everybody. And that's why community and ethnic media is so incredibly important. And that's why we can't let community and ethnic media go away.
Mm. What are the biggest threats to community and ethnic media that you've seen? And how would you hope that those who are watching this would help us mitigate some of those threats?
People believing that we don't matter. Believing that the communities don't matter. Believing that advertising in those communities doesn't matter. Believing that they don't need to support their community and ethnic media. Believing that that when those little pop-ups come up on websites to give $1 or $2, that they should just ignore it. But that $1 or $2, when it pops up, makes a difference to these media organizations.
Say it again to the camera.
It means something.
$1 of a pop-up for ethnic media. Make a commitment personally to be a recurring donator of just $1 to ethnic media would make a huge difference.
because these organizations, a lot of them are, getting by week to week. But also, go to those places that advertise in these newspapers and websites. The using coupons or whatever you see in them, or saying, you saw their ad in the Amsterdam News or whatever media it happens to be, because the advertisers want to know those things. They want to know that you saw a story about a store in their newspaper, or that you got a reference, or whatever, you saw a review for a restaurant, or that you got a lead for a grant because you saw it in a newspaper or on a website. It makes a difference. It really makes a difference. It shows what the impact is. Because so much can happen from somebody, just looking at a newspaper, reading a story, somebody finding out about something that they didn't know about, whether it's a scholarship or a food program or a housing program or a legal program that could help them stay in an apartment, or a scholarship for college, or an issue with a school, or a dress for a prom. There's so many different things, or just a play on Broadway, or at the local community theater, or a free concert in Central Park. We have to share these things with each other, and the press is the way you're going to find it. But the main thing that we need to do is we need to make our communities better. And if we work together with our media, we can do that. But we have to make sure that it's strong and it's healthy to do that. And if we don't have our voices of our press, then our communities are going to be silenced. And if our communities are silenced, then we won't have a voice in it.
So important for our communities to have a voice. And I love the way you offered up the fact that a tool for us to get to systems change, to change culture, to maybe influence policy, to make sure that people aren't invisible and they're not silenced, is through using journalism, using media as a tool.
No, I mean, their op-eds, their letters, right to your local community newspapers. Whether it's the Amsterdam News, whether it's other ones, write to us, write to others. Let your voice be heard. Subscribe to their newsletters, subscribe to our newsletter.
Subscribe to the Amsterdam News newsletter.
Subscribe to the newspaper, but just read, and be informed and participate.
Well, Eleanor, any last things that you want to say? I just want to say thank you. I am excited about the budding relationship and new announcements to come soon that we have with the Amsterdam News, and just how critical that your work and how you personally, professionally are helping to make sure that we all are healthier, safer, and that your philanthropic life is your professional life and what you mean for the culture. Is there anything last thing you want to say to us?
I just want to thank you for having me here today. It's been such a pleasure, and thank you for all the work that you do. You make New York a better place.
So kind of you. Thank you. Dr. Leslie Branch, we're going to call her onto the stage. We can just all continue to do this live. This has been a long, beautiful day. You can say for a second too. You want to say hi to, Eleanor? Come on through.
We got to give her a seat.
And I'm gonna give up my seat. I'm not gonna make that. Go right ahead, Dr.
I appreciate you all. Okay. All right. Is everybody happy? Is everybody glad? I can't hear you, but I know you're happy, and I know you are glad. And this is what my mother would say at the conclusion of service, after she would preach her message. And sometimes the message was hard and people weren't happy, but she would ask them anyway, because they had better sense than to say that they weren't happy because she told them the truth. And what we have engaged in today is the truth, right? Public safety factors are the panels that we discussed today. And those topics included education and community, housing and physical environment, physical and mental health, stability and personal safety, and economic and food security. And how do we get beyond the barrel of the gun? And to be sure, that question is not rhetorical, right? There is an answer. And the answer to that question is impact, right? And impact begins with each of us. And so there is something for everyone to do. And to be sure, impact is not a spectator sport. And so here at Citizens Committee for New York City, we invite you, we implore you to roll up your sleeves and make an impact. It has been the honor of my day to be everybody's favorite moderator, Dr. Leslie Branch, and signing off until next time.